All right, all right, all right. Welcome, 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 welcome.
Good evening.
We have a very awesome show planned for tonight. Dewey couldn't get everything in that he wanted to get before, so we're gonna bring Dewey back on, and he's gonna be talking about more about the Bell Witch this time, and he's going to be talking about the new book. And we've got a very special Wild and Weird project that we'll reveal at the end of the night, and it's going to be a really good show. So let me go ahead and get over to the chat room here and welcome everybody in, because boy, do we have a house filling up here tonight. James Bogg, hello. There's Joe from Hellbent Holler out there. Hey, Joe. We got Teresa. There's Teresa. Hey, Teresa.
Oh, there she is.
We've got there's Dewey. Dewey will be here in a sec. I just sent him the link. Adam, you're here. Good to see you. Brandon, of course, you're here. And here is the guest of honor. Good to see you. There is the guest of honor.
Howdy, folks.
Hey, buddy. Of honor. Looks like we got a little bit of a feedback.
Hey, folks. Did that take care of it?
I think you got it, brother.
All right.
Matt Keenan, hello and welcome. All right. Everything looks good. Gentlemen, how has it been?
It has been a rough day for me. I had physical therapy on both knees this morning, and she not to kill me.
Oh, no.
I'll be okay.
Well, you look pretty good for going through physical therapy, brother. Looks really good, actually.
Thank you.
And Brandon, what's new in your world?
Not a whole lot, but you think it'd be a good time to bring up the magazine thing?
Yeah, we're going to be talking just a little bit real quick about what's going on. We got some stuff going on. We got an event there tomorrow and whatnot that we'll be talking about a little bit. Everybody, before we get deep into all of this, make sure that you hit that like, that subscribe, get out there and share this stuff. Let's see if we can break Dewey's record, because right now, Dewey, I don't know if you know this or not, but you hold the all-time record for a live podcast over here, and you're coming up on probably the actual record for the podcast, but you got a little while to go on that one. But you set the bar high for the lives, brother.
Oh yeah, it's getting there.
You have set the bar high for the lives, and all right. So we're going to be actually up at Dave Spink's World of Weird up there. He's doing the Monster Con this weekend, so you'll be able to come up and see Wild and Weird Radio, Wild and Weird West Virginia. Going to have some of our stuff there. But for all you folks who are here tonight, you're going to get to see something tonight that we're going to reveal there tomorrow in person. But since you're here and you're great and you always support us, we're going to let you guys see it first. So lucky you guys. Pat, welcome. Everybody, I'm going to try to keep up with the posts tonight and watch what's going on. Dewey's going to be talking a lot more about the Bell Witch tonight, and we're going to go over that, and I can't wait to get in to his new book. That's going to be the awesome discussion, I think, for me, because boy, there's a lot that's just happened this past week, right, Dewey?
Oh yeah.
So it just keeps getting piled on top of it.
Mm-hmm.
Brandon, hit the news really quick while I go over and check the comments.
Well, we had a lot of interesting things come up. Supposedly 6 whistleblowers had a private meeting with members of the Senate.
Oh my.
Regarding UFOs.
Oh my.
But none of those details have been leaked yet.
Oh my. That's interesting. Do you think that had anything to do with that secret meeting that we just had? I mean, that's the speculation, right? That we speculated that had something to do with it because it just followed in so much. Yes, it is a cool T-shirt. I actually looked for mine Joe, and I couldn't find it. It's here. I just had it last week. I was going to wear it, and I completely forgot to do it. I was going to have one on this side, and then I knew Dewey would wear his. But we were going to do a little Hellbent Holler tribute there for you guys.
Yeah, they're kind of tied up moving right now. So
I know, but man, congratulations.
tribute to them. They're still keeping their full-time jobs, you know.
Yes.
Moving all day long, you know.
Yes, I talked to Jess. I talked to her there last week, and she was earlier this week, and she said they were moving. Sent me some pictures. It's just beautiful. I mean, that's huge. Congratulations, you guys.
So, did they decide to finally move into the LBL?
No.
We're going to call it the Hellbent Manor.
That's it.
Oh,
that's it. It does sound amazing, by the way. Yeah. So anyway. Yes, we did have that happen, and we speculated if that could be related, you know, because it was funny. Within like 70-some hours, you know, of that Arrow meeting, there's this article coming out of Ohio. There's going to be this big meeting at Wright Pat, and, you know, the whole demand was for more, you know, for the Defense Department to get on board and tell them what they actually got going on. Yep. You know, the legend is that's where you go for the briefing. I don't know, but it sure is funny.
One thing that did come up is that there's a rumor going around that at least a few of the whistleblowers have actually seen and recovered a crashed craft.
Oh my. So we're going to be going into that realm, I guess, soon. Let's see. What do we got? Good, glad you guys got moved. Yes, everybody is so happy that Joe and Jess finally got moved. It looked like a tremendous job.
I'd say.
Your guest suite is ready, by the way, Dewey. So there you go.
As long as I have running water in the bathroom, I'll be okay.
All right. And a little side note, Brandon. What didn't we just receive some big news on our front this week as well?
Yeah, we did. For the month of May, we were voted number 4 out of 10 for this month's podcast in Paranormality magazine.
That's been a long time coming, and
Yes.
thank you guys. Honestly, that was that's pretty cool. I was very shocked when I saw that. By the way,
Yeah, I didn't think it was going to be that high if we even made
so
it.
all you guys who voted, gosh, thanks. That was so awesome. Like, really, it makes it all worthwhile because, man, it's a lot of work sometimes, but man, is it fun.
It helps get our name out there, too.
It does. It really does. Mm-hmm. Well, okay, so let's get into this because, you know, the last time this was a 3-hour show, and, you know, we're on Dewey time, so I don't really care. It's we're gonna run with Dewey on this one, so
we're gonna have to work tomorrow. So.
Hey man, I'm hearing it's gonna be a party. I just gotta get ready for going up to Richwood and setting up at Dave's thing. But other than that, man, yeah, we're gonna have a good time. So let's turn on some ambient background music here and start this show. Because you gotta have ambient background music if you're telling stories. All right. Good to go. Okay, so the last time you were here, Dewey, as we mentioned, it was just a record-breaking show, and man, was it fun. But we didn't get to talk specifically about, the Bell Witch, and that's kind of, you are the guy on the Bell Witch. So I definitely wanted to get you back on here and let you talk a little more about that. Just, and take some answers from the audience as far as, questions about the Bell Witch. Because I know there are some. So, we got, what precisely is Dewey time? Oh, man. Dewey exists outside of time, Tony. Anyway.
Dewey time is when he runs out of things to talk about.
That doesn't happen. So
never happened yet.
It's not gonna happen. Don't even challenge the man like that. It's not gonna happen, guys. So anyway, Dewey, for those who don't know, go ahead and explain the whole Bell Witch phenomena and we'll let the audience kind of, digest a little bit and come up with their questions, because I'm telling you, they're going to have some questions, because it really starts you thinking.
I'll start off kind of where we started, I guess, the last time.
Mm-hmm.
We went off about a dozen different rabbit
Oh
holes.
gosh, yeah, we did.
Went everywhere just about. But anyway, John Bell and his family left North Carolina sometime in early 1804. Came across the mountains, and I believe their first experience would have been maybe the Brown Mountain Lights as they come across the mountains. But the trip was pretty much uneventful except for that. And they landed in Red River, Tennessee, which is Robertson County, which is now Adams. And John bought a farm and all. Everything was going fairly good, farm life, rural farm life back then. So anyway, several things led up to this Bell Witch. Exactly, when you think of a witch, you think of this old crone riding a broom, green face or whatever, black hat, That's not the case in this. It's not the case here. The Bell Witch is actually a disembodied voice. There was a few things seen they thought may have been the witch. Was the two-headed dog, the dog with the rabbit's head, things like that they attributed may have been the Bell Witch. But there was also a giant buzzard that chased the kids around some. But anyway, back to the Bell Witch. Like I said, it was seen on John Bell Farm as a big dog with a rabbit head. He shot at it, and I guess it took it that John Bell was going to take its life. So when he pulled the trigger, when the smoke cleared, there was nothing there. And that kind of led up to that, But actually, before the Bell Witch actually became known in Adams, there was a lot of things that led up to it. You had the great comet that appeared in the sky in 1810, 1811, and then they took it as a bad omen, something bad going to happen. And it did. December of that year, the great earthquake hit, the largest earthquake to ever hit the continental United States. And it hit and rang church bells as far as Boston, Massachusetts. It was out of the New Madrid Fault in Missouri, along the Missouri and Tennessee line. But anyway, that was the first thing that happened, the earthquakes. They went on through the next year. And then we had a volcano erupted in Indonesia that put how many millions of metric tons of ash into the air, blocked out the sun, which caused the year 1815 to be the year without a summer. 1816 year without a summer. Give me a year straight here in a minute. And then you had the Great Revival going on and everything. And that actually what led up to the Bell Witch, I believe. It just, the veil was stretched so thin and just between good and evil, and she just suddenly appeared.
Can you imagine how terrifying that would be to have like very little sunlight for an entire year?
Yeah. We had a frost, ice and snow in July. It frost all through the year. It killed all the crops.
It's crazy.
What crops did get saved? People eat them. The corn got up to $10 a bushel. The farmers got greedy and sold their corn crops. Didn't have anything to eat. They also sold their seed corn for the next year's crop. So the year 1816 was called frozen. Was the year of frozen and starved to death, something to that effect. But then anyway, the Bell Witch, came into that. She first appeared as that, like I said, two-headed, the dog with two heads, the dog with a rabbit head, several things she showed up as. But it started out as just a little faint knocking on the door, on the window of the house. And then they got to hearing scratching on the window panes. And then they got to hearing things like cannonballs rolling down the steps in the house and things like that. And finally it develops a voice and starts talking. And I think it called out Betsy's name first, and it more or less tormented Betsy Bell,
Oh, yeah, it would.
It concentrated its, I guess, vengeance on her. But I don't know why. That's why I'm thinking it could be poltergeist activity. That's what it's got all earmarks of poltergeist.
How old was she when that happened?
I think she was 11, 12.
Yeah, that could have been poltergeist
Yeah,
then.
yeah. It's right in that age range. Could very well have been. There was some. I think it was. I don't think it was the American Haunting. They did hint at incest in the American Haunting movies, and for that reason, the Bell family wouldn't let it petition the theater owner in Springfield, and he wouldn't show it in Springfield. But there was another one. I'm trying to think of the name of it. I've got all of them over in a bookcase. They also mentioned that was what was going on. That John Bell had molested his daughter. Is what they're saying. That's what this poltergeist was supposed to do, to come to protect her. I don't believe it. No, it is. I wasn't there. I can't testify either way on it. But like I said, she never took on visible except for those two things. Like the dog, that Dan actually hit with an axe. That's when it became a two-headed dog. He hit in the middle of the axe, split the head open, and
Wow.
became a two-headed dog after that. The next time it was seen, it had two heads.
Man, if that actually happened, that would I wouldn't be able to sleep ever again.
All this was written 40 years after the fact,
Right.
by one of the younger Bell boys, Richard Williams Bell. It was written to sell to a newspaper publisher to put into a book. So who knows how much of it's fiction, how much of it's true.
Oh yeah.
Or it could be all true, all fiction. I have no idea.
A little bit like Amityville. Kind of like that. Oh, by the way, I looked it up to see how much $10 from back then would convert to today's money.
Oh,
You know how much that would be?
How much?
$214.
$214.
Yeah.
Wow. Wow, that's just crazy.
Talk about price gouging.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
So what we kind of got there from the whole thing was, it seemed like there was an escalation of the events, Dewey. It started, like you said, just with a knock, and then it just kind of built itself up. So it almost seemed like, well, there's a lot of accounts that start just like that, don't they? I mean, that's how it works. They start out very benign, and then all of a sudden, the more attention you pay to it, all of a sudden now you've got this thing that's, now it's manifesting at some point and causing all these other issues. So, yeah.
And it was very intelligent.
Yeah, it seems very intelligent.
It said on Sundays, there was 4 different churches in the area. They were miles apart, but there were 4 churches in the area, and every Sunday at lunchtime. Oh, that was me. At lunchtime, she would gather and have them gather at the table, and she would quote word for word the sermons of each one of the 4 ministers using their own voices.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
Absolutely amazing.
Yeah, that's not normal.
No. She could. The people were coming to her asking her about the weather forecast. About planting their crops.
Yeah.
She had some good reasons, I guess, to be here too. I guess.
That is a good point, because that is something that the town witch would do, but they had a different name for those people back then in Appalachia. I can't remember what they used to call them, but they would have somebody who could they would read tea leaves and stuff, and they could tell what best time to plant crops, best time to go fishing and whatnot. That. So yeah, I can see why they would tie that to a witch.
Oh yeah.
Just about anything that they didn't understand or was considered superstitious, right, Dewey?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's kind of how that works.
Put a hex on it,
Yeah, exactly.
She had fun with them. They asked her where she came from, and she told John that she was once an Indian spirit and was buried on the hill, and her grave had been dug up, and had taken one of the skulls, or took her skull and brought it to the to the house. And John Bell got mad when he saw it and threw it back to the boys to go bury again, and a tooth fell out.
Mm. Oh,
Rolled underneath the house. Well, she had him dig the whole floor of the house up trying to find his tooth, which never did, you know. She also told him about buried treasure along the creek bank, you know, and took them all up there and had them dig, you know, had them digging all day and all night and for nothing, you know. Found a big rock at the bottom of it, you know. So he was a prankster too, I guess you'd say.
Prankster. Yeah, I'm hearing a prankster kind of thing going on there. Everybody, Dewey is going over the Bell Witch right now. If you have any questions about the Bell Witch phenomena, just a fantastic story, almost a weave of poltergeist, you know, almost like the whole Skinwalker Ranch thing, really, because it's got a little bit of everything with it. It's very, very high strangeness. We've got Pops Peppers there from Western Kentucky. Welcome aboard.
Hello, Pops.
We've got, who else do we have? Anybody else new? Chris Coots has joined us. Hello, Chris. Welcome, welcome, welcome. So, Dewey, Adam asked a pretty good question there. He said, were the knocks in threes by any chance? Is there any evidence of that, or do we know? It was 40 years later.
Yeah, I don't recall it, you know, specifically saying, you know, saying three, you know.
Yeah.
That's some of the books made. There are several different versions of it. Depends whose version of the book you read, actually.
Yeah, that's a good point.
I don't think mine mentions three, but
yeah, but you know, it easily could, you know, at some point. Well. Yeah, because you are, like you said, it wasn't even addressed until years later, and you and me both know how things grow over time. So, you know, I mean, there's definitely something there, in my opinion, just because of the fact that we've seen this kind of stuff. I mean...
Yep, it's been documented, too.
We have definitely seen this kind of stuff, the escalation and how it grows and, you know, becomes more, almost, not really more intelligent, but more willing to communicate on its own. Like you said, it started leading them on these wild goose chases. And, you know, that's pretty significant, really.
Yeah, she was mean to John and Betsy, and that's what this other book was saying. You know, about this incest part. You know, that she was trying to get Betsy to confess. You know, and all this kind of stuff. But that's why she more or less concentrated on John and Betsy. I was going somewhere with that too. I seen somebody had a
Has anybody researched
about a witch or something? Why it was called a witch if it wasn't? And that's the only thing they could think of at the time to call it. You know, I guess. You know,
yeah.
A haint, ghost, or you know, something like that. But
a haint.
Yeah, a haint. That's what my uncle used to call them.
Yeah, there's a good question. Pat just brought up. Do we think the Bell Witch phenomenon might be more than one spirit / or entity? That's a very good question. A multitude, related.
Well could be. There was supposedly, the way the book is written, the Bell Witch took maybe a 7-day vacation from torturing John Bell, for lack of a better word, you know.
Maybe she had a PTO that week.
And she left 4 separate demons there to watch over everybody while she was gone.
4 serpent demons.
There was one of them was called Black Dog.
Okay.
One was called Mathematics. One was Jerusalem. And Psychopathy. Yeah, it's a hard one to say.
Wow.
Yeah, but they were saying that the kids actually shot at them with rifles, you know, with the guns and stuff, you know.
Yeah.
But they were playing on a log, you know, like a seesaw, you know. But yeah, they were all like drunken sailors, is the way the book read, you know. So,
wow.
you imagine living in a house of four drunk demons. I mean, you know.
That is crazy.
I think they kind of welcomed her back when she did come back.
Yeah, I would say. We got Cookie Dough. Hey, welcome, Cookie Dough. I'm trying to keep up with everybody here. We got Tony down here asking the question: have we ever seen the sort of chimera present in Bell Witch narratives in other hauntings? Oh, have we ever seen the sort of chimeras present in Bell Witch narrative hauntings?
pretty sure it probably has somewhere, I would imagine. I don't know for a fact, but it would be you would think it would have, question.
I can remember one. It was supposedly a demon in a house in Pennsylvania that had the head of a pig with the body of a man.
Really?
And it would come rushing at them down the hallway.
Wow. Who we got? A Facebook user. Dewey, you might want to touch on how hard it is to pry information out of the descendants of the Bell family. They're scared even today. Yeah, that's true. They actually are, aren't they?
I don't know who that Facebook user is. No buddy of mine. Anyway, the Bells don't want to talk about it.
Yeah.
They finally got Bob on one of the shows, on one of the documentaries one time, but he wasn't saying too much. But yeah, they don't talk about it too much, but they do know that they don't even want to mention their name, to tell you the truth. There's something that's still going on there today, and they're still scared,
Yeah, that's almost like some of the native lore where you don't mention these things. It gives them power, basically to come at you or either to manifest, right? So you did mention that there could be a possible native sort of relation to this. True or not, we don't know, but you could definitely see that, though, right? I mean, yeah, I could definitely see that.
Yeah, the cave. I'm gonna say the cave, it probably is haunted. I've seen a lot of weird stuff that's happened there in front of it and inside it. But as far as being haunted by the Bell Witch, I don't think so.
Right.
I think the haunting is probably due to it's the portal, the Native American burial ground, vortex and portal, and I think that's what
I have a question, Dewey.
the haunting is actually.
Is there running water in that cave? Like an underground stream?
Yes.
There you go.
A lot of quartz, running water.
Quartz, running water.
Is there limestone in there?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
There you go.
You're in the middle of limestone country around here.
Yep. We've got Silent Cow. What was the end of the Bell Witch, if one, and if not, why don't we see more? Now, this is actually a really good question because I've always, and we've talked about this, why do people not know about this as much as you think they would, Dewey? I mean, it's an incredible story.
It went worldwide. I mean, we've even got some early reports of even way before this book was published, actual notations, newspapers, about seeing what they call the witch, what we're talking about. I lost my train of thought.
Well,
got too many rabbit holes.
Well, it's kind of like, it was such a huge thing, right? Everybody knew about it, and then all of a sudden it's just like, it's gone, and they don't really talk about it as much.
Yes, she supposedly, after she supposedly killed John Bell, 1820, she just kind of faded off into the sunset. But she promised John Jr. that she would come back, in 7 years, and then she supposedly came back in 7 years and made a lot of predictions. And what I read about them, she predicted the Civil War, a lot of things she predicted. I think she missed like the bombing of Pearl Harbor or something, but just a day or two. I mean, there's several things she mentioned supposedly. I have to go back to my book to get them all, but.
Yeah, that is impressive. So definitely displays the whole, super knowledge kind of thing that some of these beings or intelligent beings, trickster type beings do at times.
Mm-hmm.
Pat, was Mr. Bell just a monster of a man for all these things to happen to him, or is it just his bad luck? Well, from what Dewey's saying, Pat, it kind of depends on what book you read, right, Dewey?
He could have been a bad luck magnet.
Yeah.
He got caught in a land deal or something. Was it he loaned a slave or something, or rented a slave out or something?
Yeah.
And the guy's slave got beat up while he was there or something. There was a fight over that. There was a court case where he charged too much interest on a loan and ended up getting excommunicated from the church there in Adam.
Oh, wow.
and which is Red River back then. And yeah, that was a pretty big deal back then. I think it's
Oh wow, yeah, that is
Mm-hmm.
a
big
big
deal.
deal. That's a big
Yeah, your
deal.
church was your community back then.
And we've got Teresa. I've never heard anyone else bring up the year without a summer in regards to the Bell Witch. Do you think it's just a spooky coincidence, or is there a more direct connection?
I think it more or less led up to it. Yeah, all these big events happening year after year after year. And people are thinking, hey, is this a tribulation? Or, is it the end of the world? What's going on? So it was kind of a start of what they call a great revival, I guess, and I don't know if it's just the forces of evil versus forces of good. I mean, the veil got stretched thin. I don't know. It's kind of my hypothesis.
You make a very good point, though, Dewey, because we do know that, manifestation. If we have enough people who are sitting around convinced, that these bad things are happening, that the world's going to end, I mean, there's this possibility that they could have either called, created, or some, kind of like a tulpa or a, maybe an egregore or something like that, that they kind of manifested this whole thing almost. So that's a very interesting. That's a good way of thinking about that, I think. Let's see what else we got. We got Patrick Nobles here. Hey, Patrick. We've got Dave Schumacher. Welcome. If you guys have any questions for Dewey, just post them in and we'll put them up and he'll address them. Right now we're on the Bell Witch and we will be moving on to something else here soon. But Dewey is, for those who don't know, author, field investigator, researcher, all around, I don't use the term ever hardly, but an expert on the Bell Witch phenomena as far as I'm concerned. He's done his due diligence on these cases and really looked into it. Have you ever encountered anything similar to the Bell Witch, Dewey? I think that would be a fair question. And I don't mean like, Kate in general. I mean, like something that was that powerful is what I'm getting at. Like that could do all those things.
Not in that full sense.
Yeah.
We did go investigate an old house one time. It's gone now. Some kids burned it down. I wasn't quite through investigating, but they didn't give me time to finish. But it was an old house that predated the Civil War. It was used as a women's college. It was used during the Civil War as a hospital. And anyway, it lived in after that over the years. And every time I'd go by this house, I'd look over to Laura and say, we're going to check this house out. She said, yeah. So I get these weirdest vibes coming off this thing, So we go by there, and time there's a gate closed there in front of the house that says no trespassing. So we just parked on the road, made a few pictures, and I got a couple of real bright pictures of orbs there right in front of the house. Anyway, we went by there the next time, and the gate was standing open. And I swear I couldn't see it, no trespassing sign. I guess if the gate was open, I just couldn't see it. So anyway, I walked over to the house and getting this weirdest, creepiest, just a dark feeling, I looked back at Dolores, she stared at the truck. I said, come on, let's go check it out. She said, it's too strong. I cannot go in that yard. It's way too. So I walk on back behind the house. And I'm making a few little pictures. And I'm still getting this weird feeling, especially when I made a picture of this upstairs door. I guess it was like a T-shaped house. It had a run down the back of the middle. And it had two levels, lower and upper. I made a picture of the upper door, and it was closed. And I made another picture just for a control picture just a second after, and it was standing open. The next picture, it was closed again. So that one frame, it was open. So I'm walking around the other side of the house, over on the lighter side of the house, and Loris hollers at me. Says, "Get up here quick!" And we get up there, and my truck is covered up with flies. I mean, black flies. It just covered it up. And they was there, made it went off in a, So I don't know, but anyway, that was, and that house though it had the darkest feeling about it. We made a few pictures around it, and you can actually zoom in. And I know a lot of people can look at a picture and make out a lot of things in it, but we could make out several people walking, like in old formal attire, back behind this house and stuff. Of course, that's one of the hard drives I lost. Had all my good pictures on it, so back then I don't have them anymore. But unless I can recover the old hard drive, but that was one of the most, as far as foreboding feelings, that I've ever had at a place like that.
The Bible says that
Wow.
flies are a sign of
That's
Satan.
pretty amazing. That is pretty amazing.
Yeah.
Yeah, let me, oh, geez. I got to get over here and get these questions. We got people. We got people coming in. Even Joe Purdue's
making
down
hot
there.
dogs.
Yeah, looks like it, right? I'm slinging some hot dog chili, yellow slaw and chicken. Everybody, that is Indrid cold slaw that Mr. Purdue is making out there. If you don't know what that is, you definitely want to pick up one of the books that has the recipe in it. What is that? Cooking with Cryptids, right?
Yep.
I keep forgetting it. Yeah. Cooking with Cryptids. I know I don't have a copy of it right here, but I should. What do we got? I'm trying to go back up now. I got so into that story. Sorry about that. I wasn't paying attention to the board. That was amazing, though. Let's see. Yeah, okay, here we go. Start up here. So when was the last time anyone reported encountering the Bell Witch? And was it any time recently?
There was I'm thinking it was back about in the 1960s. This lady, she's a friend of mine. Her mother run an antique shop, kind of between Cedar Hill and Springfield. There was an old house there, and she had this old rocking chair in it that supposedly had belonged to one of the Bell family, the way I understand it. Anyway, this woman got up, she walked up to the chair and sat in it, and just started meditating. And supposedly this what it was meditating with her told her to go to a certain spot, and she went out to this field and turned this big kettle or something over, and it had a lot of money under it, so I don't know how much true it is or not, but that was as early as the 19, that's almost say 64, somewhere along in there.
Well, personally, I want to find the ghost that tells me where the gold is. That's the goal. That's the only reason I even go out there and look anymore. Maybe we'll come across like Edward Teach or something. I don't know.
Speaking of, there actually is a ghost story out of, I think, Calhoun or Roane County. There was a house out there that was really haunted. It was actually documented in nationwide newspapers. I think it was like the mid-1800s, somewhere around the Civil War. But the ghost told them about gold that was buried on the property under a floorboard, and sure enough, there was a bunch of gold in there.
Wow. Really?
Wow.
Dewey, we got to hit the field a lot more, I guess, man.
Oh, I know. We went to this old house.
I think Teresa knows that story better than me, but
I'm not going to read that because it says something. You want to go ahead and read that one there, Brandon? You can.
Ron Saul was really watching me. I think Beat would save me.
So you're not saying it either. Okay, cool. Yeah.
I'm not jinxing it.
Yeah, Adam was at the paranormal discussion group last night, and finally got to meet face to face, and he showed me some footage of something, and it was amazing just to see, and that was absolutely awesome. I have no idea what it was. Let's see. I had somebody else that asked a question. I'm trying to find where this. Here we go. Here it is. This is from Dave Schumacher. Thought forms would be a super psi situation. So basically, that this thing can, manipulate thoughts and so forth and so on. That it's exhibiting a super psi kind of, a demonstration. Basically, is what it's doing. That it can make you see things, hear things, communicate. And we've seen other things that do that too, by the way. let's see. Jeez. I'm trying to keep up, guys. I'm scrolling. Looking for questions. There's a good question. There's a couple of talks here about lights and orbs and so forth. Dewey, was there any documentation of any of that we would know of?
Yeah, glad that you asked that. A friend of mine, I think he was one of the Facebook user a while ago, uh, um, told me that he was at home one day and the phone rang. And there's some people up there that actually run the antique mall, Fred Adams, in the old Bell School. They wanted them to get up there quick. If they were seeing some orbs over in the Bellwood Cemetery, which is just directly across from the school, or right beside it. And anyway, he got up there, and they said the place was empty, and they were out there in the field running toward it. But they saw these 3 orbs just come bouncing out of the field up there toward where the old John Bell Cemetery is, and come down toward the new one, the new cemetery. And there's been a lot of orbs sitting around there.
Oh wow! So it falls right in.
Oh yeah,
doesn't it? I mean, yeah. This is. Yeah, I mean, I honestly, I'm with you. I think that we're dealing with something that is a localized nexus point of some sort that these things are gravitating toward or coming from. I don't know, what, but and you can't prove it, obviously. But, to have such similar occurrences that are, they're happening, they've been recorded, and not only, with instruments today, but with those accounts from all those years. We can't just throw that away because those are valuable accounts. That's why we try to get everybody to tell their stories. Tell the story that your grandfather told you and your grandmother told you. Don't let that stuff.
Right.
Don't let it die. It means something, and it can mean something to somebody else.
I've got an account in my book. It talks about another case of orbs where there's this guy's driving down the road at night, and he sees this car coming toward him, and he keeps getting over further, and these 2 headlights bearing down on him, at a high speed. He gets over as far as he can and brace for a crash, and they got to the car and they went around him and went back together to the other end.
Oh man,
that happened right there, not far from the John Bell Senior
really?
Cemetery. Yeah.
Oh wow.
Area. I'm working on ideas for another book. I've been looking up some missing people cases here in Rockford County.
Yeah.
2 of the main ones happened right in Adams, right there by the Bell School.
Oh my.
But anyway, they found a skull over off this road, not very far from a John Bell property, that we think was the skull of this missing woman. We don't know yet.
Okay.
There was no jawbone in it. There's no teeth, no upper teeth in it. So nothing to get DNA out of, really. So anyway, so
they think that.
This was found 20-something years ago.
Yeah.
It was found just right down the road from the John Bell Cemetery.
Wow.
In a pile of bushes. It had a hole knocked in it, but they don't know if that maybe it come from farm implement, something hitting it, or if it got knocked in. Nobody knows. It could be just I don't know.
Wow.
I'm trying to get information from the sheriff's department. It should be a cold case by now. They're 40 years old cases.
Yeah.
So hopefully,
yeah,
I can get some information from them and get to work on that too.
Yeah, that would,
But it was just weird that it was where they found that skull was right down the road from where the cemetery is.
That is wild. But there's those cases of that synchronicity that goes with all this stuff, Dewey. I mean, that's the weird thing that people don't seem to understand. It's like, there was some good questions brought up in the paranormal discussion group last night. And, one of the things was like, why do these things, certain things, I guess, why do they look the way they look, or why do they do the things they do? It was in relation to, extra dimensionals or ultra terrestrial, whatever. But the whole thing is, I think that all this stuff It's what better way to confuse you? What better way
Yeah.
to hide than to cause mass confusion? It also proves intelligence, doesn't it?
Oh yes, yeah.
And I think that's important because a lot of people don't really seem to understand that we're dealing with an intelligence. Whatever it is, we're dealing with an intelligence, whether that be real or mimicking something, we don't know. But I'll tell you, man, it's intelligent, whatever it is. Dave Schumacher, I came in late. Sorry. What are the various hypotheses for the he means the Bell Witch, I think. Evil entity, possible RSPK. I cannot believe someone used RSPK. Oh my God. We could be best friends. Due to issues with John Bell and his daughter, like in American Haunting. So basically recurrent spontaneous psychokinesis, poltergeist activity, like we were talking. Could that be what we're dealing with? Or do they really think it was an evil entity? I mean, I know what you think and what we probably think, but what did they think? Like,
Well, don't know. I was lost in a train of thought there or something else that was talking about. I was thinking about going back to the cemetery that one day.
yeah.
A friend of mine, Tim, and I went back there one day, and it was. I was on the way to work, and I thought, shoot, we got a few minutes. Let's go by the look at the old cemetery. So I stopped by and picked up my way to work, and we went back in there. I mean, there wasn't a cloud in the sky. It was just a beautiful day. Birds were chirping and everything. We got back at the edge of that cemetery, walking back down toward the well. And I mean, the sky turned black just almost all of a sudden. Lightning striking all around us, and raindrops falling, as big as hailstones just about. We made a mad break for the truck. I jumped in. I never even looked back. We just kept going,
Wow.
Went out across the field and got back up on the highway, I said, I'm going to drop you off the house. I'm going to work. I can't handle no more of this.
Wow, that is, that's impressive. That kind of reminds me of a story from long ago, back before I knew any better. This is when I was young, and me and my cousin, he was finding these artifacts, and he had found them in this big field. And so he convinced me to go in there, and there were these little mounds that were all around there, out before this field, and knowing now what I know now, if I knew then, I would never have walked onto that ground probably. And if I did, I'd have probably took some tobacco with me. But I went in with him, and he was showing me where he found these artifacts, and he's like, "Yeah, man, look, there's bones here too." I'm like, "What?" There was bones there on the ground. Like, so what it was, in my opinion, was probably either a burial ground or it was a mound that they had leveled over the years, and they had just built this massive, field over. Mm-hmm. But as we were there, I kid you not, Dewey, this is what made me realize that there was more going on with the whole ancient ancestors side of things. As I was there, the sky literally just opened up. Storm rolled in, lightning, thunder, and we're in this massive field, man. I mean, we're out there about probably a quarter of a mile, and he's taken some of these artifacts. And as he's walking, we're all walking out of this field. As we're walking out of this field, dude, the mud's getting thicker and thicker and thicker. And I swear, it felt like something was just grabbing you and pulling you. It was the craziest feeling ever. Told him after we were done, I was like, "Don't you ever go back in there again." And it wasn't long after that I met my mentor, who told me about how things work and set me straight. But man, that was some of the craziest stuff. I mean, that when it happens, it's happening. That's not a coincidence. And there are definitely things that are way more powerful than you could possibly imagine that you're interacting with sometimes. Let's see who we got out there. And Pat brought up a very good point, everybody. If a ghost tells you about gold, it's probably cursed gold. I mean, that's true. It probably is cursed gold. So I agree. Joe screaming Civil War ghosts, because that's a thing. Private joke. If Seth Breedlove happens to see this, private joke. What we got? I forgot about the discussion group. I would have been there. Yes, it was fun. Pat, we got to hear Tony talking about extra dimensional travel. All That Lives.
This is another book.
What's this? What's
It
this
also
one?
deals with the ancestor theory of the Bell Witch. So,
Oh, really?
yeah, it's well written, but I just don't agree with
Yeah.
I just don't agree with it completely.
I mean, almost every old story from like that time period, people want to throw incest into it.
Oh yeah,
It wasn't that common.
Let's see. Cage match: the Bell Witch versus the Blair Witch. Who's gonna win? That's a
Bell
good.
Witch.
That's a good one. I would say the Bell Witch. My money's on Bell Witch. I don't know about you guys.
I'll take Kate.
Yeah. I'm gonna.
200 on Kate.
Yep.
The Blair
I think-
Witch, the only thing she ever did was she made a guy stare really creepily into a corner. And that was it. That's all she really did the whole movie.
Yeah, and you're talking about something here that literally tormented a guy to death.
Mhm.
I mean, that's insane. What have been?
Supposedly she even stopped Andrew Jackson's wagon wheels. From he was going to visit the Bells to try to figure out what was going on about the witch, and
Oh, really?
he had a witch killer with him, and
Wait, back up. You just said witch killer.
this guy claimed to be a witch killer.
Okay.
So anyway,
Wow.
they went to the Bell house. Well, once Kate released him to go, she locked the wagon wheels up, and they couldn't go any further. The horses couldn't drag them any further. So anyway, I reckon she finally gave him permission to go see old Jack Bell. She called him, and anyway they get there, and this I reckon they didn't even spend the night. She ran them off that day, so they didn't even get to spend the night.
I guess the Malleus Maleficarum wasn't strong enough.
Yeah.
I guess not. Tony, I don't think it was answered. Yeah, Tony, I saw that, and I don't know that I'm trying to keep up with all these. Do poltergeists ever manifest as a physical form? I
Not
personally,
usually.
I don't know that we would know because, you're talking about recurrent spontaneous psychokinesis. Could someone be, so powerful that they could cause a manifestation? I mean, theoretically, I guess that's possible, but I don't think we would ever know, right? I mean, how would we know? I think that's
That's one of those things you can't measure scientifically.
yeah, I don't know that you'd be able to prove that, really.
Yeah.
That's a very interesting new way of looking at that, too. Ike asked the question, did the Bell Witch shapeshift into a serpent-like creature at any time, Dewey?
Yes, as a matter of fact, she did. I had forgot about that. One of the I can't think of the guy's name right now, but he talked. Anyway, he was in there one night in his house, and the witch come in evidently, and we crawled in bed with him, got up under the covers, and he described her as being scaly and feeling like a big snake,
Oh, wow.
So anyway, he jumps up and rolls her up in the cover real tight and walks her toward the fireplace. I said, walks it toward the fireplace, and it starts to get heavy, and he can't carry it any further, and it begins to stink so bad he can't stand it. He has to throw it down and run out of the house because it stunk so bad, And he come back, the covers were empty, and it was gone.
Wow.
I can't think of his name right off the bat, who that guy's name was.
We got Bigfoot Society over here at Cool Dudes. Hey, everybody, go check out Bigfoot Society if you have not done so. And we also had, again, Hellbent Holler was in here in the house. Joe's there. Go check them out if you have not done so. Incredible researchers and great friends.
Excellent podcast.
Oh, gosh, yes. Of course, Sky Daddy Matthew McConaughey wants to smash the like button. Yes, everybody, smash that like button for Sky Daddy Matt McConaughey. The more likes we get, apparently he grants favor. I don't know. So be it. All right. Anyway, let's get back to the comments here. I'm trying to keep up again. My goodness, we're going to break a record just on comments tonight, guys. Just keep them coming. It doesn't matter if I can't keep up. We're going to get to all these. Let's see. Joe. Deuster, have you gotten any kind of anomalous readings with modern tech that you've made at the Bell Witch site? That is a great question.
I haven't done any work at the Bell Witch Cave itself. I plan on it sometime in the near future. We did get some readings around the old Bell School during one of the freshman show. I took my granddaughter into one of the front room where the museum is housed now. And excuse me a second. Toes getting dry. Anyway, we took her in there and she went into a blind panic. And she had to get out of there. She kept going to the door saying, little girl, no. So we got her back out in the hallway, get her calm back down. And tried to go back in there. She's not going back in there. But she's seen this little girl over there that was trying to lure her over there where she was at, I guess. But the story behind that was the little girl got sick. I'm thinking it's probably back in the early 30s, 1930s. Little girl got sick, and her teacher put her in the cloakroom to get laid on the cot and get to feeling better. And when she checked on her later, she was dead. She's wearing a green dress. Well, the same little girl in a green dress is seen all over the building up there now. She's even been seen outside the building and on the grounds, and even in the middle of the bridge. It was about a mile away from the school. So she's been seen several times there. But
wow,
just one of the creepy things around there. But I got in the closet. Back to the original question, I got back in the closet, and I was trying to figure which cloakroom it was that she may have passed away in. There's 4 classrooms downstairs, the cloakrooms, and so I went to each one of them. I could open my door and I could the feeling I got, I could tell if it was it or not. The 4th one I opened up, I knew that was it, because it hit me like a ton of bricks, just almost blow you back out of the way. Just about the feeling I got.
Yeah.
Hot air, cold air rushed out. I took my thermal infrared sensor and went in there, and it was showing a 30-degree temperature drop just from, the shape just about the size a little girl would be,
Oh, wow.
Just a wall over there, So, well, I think I know which one it is,
It's hard to deny that kind of data. I know that skeptics will look at us and they say, you're using that stuff for, it's not meant to be used for that, and you don't know what you're doing. A thermometer's a thermometer, right, Dewey? It's kind of hard to not get that right, is what I'm getting at.
It has to be a digital, one of them.
Yeah.
Infrared to pick it up that quick, but
yeah, and it's pretty significant.
Your drop, it's a lot of energy.
That's a lot of energy. Yeah, exactly. And ions can do that. So if something's messing with the ionic, basically the static field in an area, that's theoretically possible that it can drop the temperature like that. Yeah. Definitely. There was a good discussion over here between Joe and Dave Schumacher. They were talking about how do you know what would be an anomalous reading versus just a reading on the equipment. Well, the baselines, and I don't think a lot of people may not really understand that. But when we go into these places, we take what's called a baseline, right? And so what we do is we'll spend a while actually collecting baseline data. Well, the baseline data is what we compare something to after we go in, say an hour or two later when we do the actual investigation. We have this baseline. And you can also look up baselines too, if it's like, say radiation data, stuff like that. You can look that up. That's a matter of record. So, you get your baseline and you go in there and you just look for anything that's going to be above it, like an anomalous spike or, and then you got to figure out, what could be causing that. Once you rule out every possible cause, it's up to you to decide, but it usually means there's something there, right?
Right.
That's the way I see it anyway. And yeah, Tony, definitely a form of intelligence is what we're getting at. What it is, that's anybody's guess at this point, right, Dewey? I mean, ghost, demon,
Yeah.
extra dimensional beings. It could be anything. Ashley made it. Welcome, Ashley, host of On Wednesday We Talk Weird. Another one for you guys to go over and look up if you have not done so. Let's see.
What was that one?
That was Ashley Hilt.
I don't know if she knows this, but they were also listed on Paranormality Magazine.
Yes, they were. Absolutely. Yes.
You mentioned it, or yeah.
Yes. Let's see. Who else? We have any more questions? I'm looking for questions.
Something else that interests me about the Bell Witch case is how much it connects with the Enfield haunting in England back in the 80s.
Oh, the
parallels
Enfield.
that they have with each
Yes.
other.
Yes, that's true. Yeah, you're right about that. Oh, man.
Just talking about the Native American
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
artifacts and all. I looked for the grave of my great grandfather for years and years. I finally found out where his property was at. Did a property search, found his property, pieced it all back together, and so I'm over there walking on you trying to find a cemetery. Well, I was looking, maybe big marble slab, chain link fence. Oh, no, not even a field rock. But anyway, I'm over there looking for it one day, and I'm just thinking, just give me a sign. Just give me a sign. Where do I need to go? I just happened to look down. And I was walking a little cow trail, maybe a foot and a half wide. It's bare dirt, and they're sticking in this dirt, pointing in a certain direction. Was this?
Oh, wow.
And the way it was pointed, and I looked at it. And I said, yeah, "It's a possibility. There's a little clump of trees over there, And but anyway, I found it a year. But the next year, I finally found a cemetery, and it's exactly where that thing was pointing to. So
Yeah.
there's no stones up. I'm trying to get him some stones up, but that's another project. I got 3 generations buried there under that one big old tree.
Oh, wow.
Wow.
None of them's got a mark, or if I have, the cows have knocked them over the years. But
Wow.
that's another project for another time.
Let's see what we got. What did Pat say? Deuce of the ghosts will come out of the closet when they're good and ready. You don't need to go in there after them. There,
Yeah.
there you go.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. Exactly. They do. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh,
Sometimes you don't
and
gotta poke the bear.
welcome, Steve Causey. That's correct. It is said that the Bell Witch, you answered this one before, I think. It is said that the Bell Witch spirit predicted the Civil War. Is that true? Didn't you mention that
Yes.
was one of the, yeah.
That was
What
one
did
of
she
the,
say exactly?
You're going to make him quote stuff?
Find something in the book.
He may know
Oh.
something. He may have an answer for you.
May take me a minute to find it, but
Oh, yeah, go ahead. You're fine. Everybody get your questions in. Right now, it's on the Bell Witch, and it is the author and the, I want to say, probably one of the people who's more in the know on this than anyone. Dewey Edwards with us tonight, and we're fielding questions on the Bell Witch phenomena. And later, we will be going over his new book, and we will pop that up here shortly. That's going to be on UFOs, and we're going to go deep into that.
For those who are listening and not watching, that book is called Something Wicked.
That's correct. It is Something Wicked.
that is it. Well, let's see. Kate's return. Let's see.
Yeah, there you go.
Okay, she said goodbye to Lucy, which was John Bell's wife, in 1821, promised to return after 7 years. And in March of 1828, she again announced her presence. Began with scratching on the weatherboard outside and all that kind of stuff, But this time, though, there were only Remember, left in the house was Lucy, Richard Williams, and the youngest one, Joel Bell, which married one of my ancestors.
Oh,
So let's see here. Well, okay, yeah, okay, I got it. During one of these lengthy talks she had with Little John, she told of future events such as the Civil War, the end of slavery, Lincoln's assassination, World Wars I and II, and says, as a matter of fact, if her prediction of the start of World War II, her prediction of the start of World War II was only off by 4 years.
wow.
So, and she says that also foretold of droughts and famine in various parts of the earth, and a possible cataclysmic event that would occur in the year 1935 if things didn't change drastically. I'm thinking that's where she missed the A-bomb, predicting it. You know.
Oh, close, right? Very
Yeah.
close.
Real close, off just a few years. But
Yeah, that's very close. Tony, didn't mention this last night, but I meant to pose the question. Do UAPs have an undue interest in our nuclear facilities, or in light of our discussion on interdimensional travel, or does the radiation produce more ideal conditions for travel between brains? Let me explain that a little bit. Travel between realities, between basically dimensions is what he's saying there. So,
Wormhole.
yeah, well, kind of, not really. Kind of like a portal. But either way, what he's saying is, are they interested in the basically nuclear? I think what he's saying is, are they interested in nuclear facility because basically fuel to do that, or is it related to that?
they're keeping an eye on us.
Mm-hmm.
They don't want us to hand us our own butt. That's what it is. They're going to try to keep all this nuclear power to a minimum. That's what I think they're trying to do.
Mm-hmm.
But you talk about most time you have like an A-bomb test or something, you'll have multiple UFO sightings. So they kind of go hand in hand.
Well, Dewey, there's a reason we quit doing above ground tests, and you and me both know that really doesn't have. Yeah, yeah. I mean, come on, Let's see.
Well, you mean after they accidentally created Godzilla, they had to quit doing it.
Exactly. And Adam, yep, UAP shut down the missile silos. Well, that's true.
Yeah.
They absolutely did, and we're gonna get right into that. Guys, get your questions in on the Bell Witch right now, because I think everybody's starting to gravitate now. Dewey, they're wanting to hit the stuff in the skies. It sounds like.
I'm ready anytime y'all are.
Let's see what they say. But let me try to find the graphic of your book here. It's here somewhere. I'm going to put this up. Go ahead and tell us about the book while I look for the picture.
This book all started out with my desire for history into the Thomas Mantell case. Thomas Mantell was a World War II flying hero. He earned the Distinguished Flying Cross, and he was one of the most he was only 25 years old, one of the most highly decorated pilots in the United States. He's, give you a little background on it. Him and 3 more are ferrying some P-51 Mustangs between Marietta, Georgia and Fort Knox, Kentucky. And they come over Godman Field, and a guy in the tower was seeing something off in the distance, and he got permission from they called a couple more people up to look at it. They couldn't identify it. So finally the room was full of generals and colonels and lieutenants and all that, trying to figure out what this thing is. Nobody can identify what it is. And so one of the generals tells the tower operator, Mr. Clinton Blackwell, to have them go check it out, So he asked them if they had enough fuel, and they did. 3 of them had fuel, and one of them was getting low on fuel, so he had to go back to fill up. Uh, the other two, they went on toward this. Well, three of them. Captain Mantell and his two wingmen. Go check this out. And it's they're running along roughly 400 mile per hour or something like that, and this thing is gaining on them. I mean, it's they're trying to tell me it's a weather balloon. I mean, I don't know what kind of jet engines that thing had in it, whatever. But anyway, they get up close, and the other two, they get up high. It's at a high elevation. Salute, Captain. And they don't have oxygen. They don't have oxygen in their planes, and they couldn't go too awful high. But anyway, they got up as high as they could possibly go, and the two wingmen, they fell back. They had to go back. Captain Mantell called for hot guns, which he needed permission to load his guns. He knew he had a real threat there of some kind. And I put a link on my Cryptid and Critters paranormal page, Facebook page, of a video that was did of sightings of the Mantell family where they met Mr. Blackwell, and he told them what they wanted to hear. Or talking about that he couldn't. He was swore to secrecy. He couldn't tell it back then, but he finally let the truth come out to him. He said what he saw that Captain Mantell saw was over 200 feet across, 75 feet thick. It was had an observation deck on top of it. It was metallic with a dull aluminum finish. So I don't know how you could mistaken that for how they could try to make you think it's a weather balloon.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the pretty much what I came up with back. This is an old image that I did years ago, based on what you just said. Now, all you have to do really is just think, and what you just said, dude. That's not a weather balloon.
No.
They don't look like that, guys.
Now, at the same time, the Navy had released what they call the Operation Skyhook weather balloon.
That's right. Yes.
It's a new technology.
Mm-hmm.
In fact, they just put just enough lighter than air gas in it to make it expand. And as it goes up through the thinner atmosphere, it expands even more.
Mm-hmm.
And I was told that one of those could reach over 300 feet. So that's hard to imagine a weather balloon that could be the size of a football field.
Yeah.
Does not make sense. But that's what they were trying to say he was chasing. They tried to say he was chasing Venus.
That's my favorite. Yeah.
Venus was way too low on the horizon for him to even see. They said it was, let's see, a weather
You know where they got that from?
Venus. Then they say he was seeing the sun's reflection off his windshield.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Canopy reflection. That's right. Yeah.
But
this is a skyhook balloon, by the way.
Yeah.
Even if it could get to the size, we're still talking about. I mean, this guy knows the difference between a balloon, right? I mean, that's what we're getting at. He was a decorated pilot. Highly decorated pilot.
I mean, this wasn't his clothes.
Yeah.
Look at his vest right there. I mean.
Yes. I mean, he wasn't just somebody who got in a plane. This was and he was in one of the more advanced planes of the time, really. I mean, P-51, But so what happened, Dewey?
So evidently, we don't know. They're saying he went too high, run out of oxygen.
Stalled.
According to Mr. Blackwell, he was in radio contact with him the whole time. He said he was coherent, and he was at his senses. He said he had dealt with several people that had this oxygen deficiency on the plane, but he said he didn't. He just bore none of those symptoms, of having that. I don't know. It's a lot of things are weird. This plane come down. I'm glad you put that picture up there. This plane come spiraling down from 20-something thousand feet. It was supposed to. Some reports say it exploded and it burnt and exploded, but it didn't. It never. They had a little fire, a small one, but it was just where a little bit of the oil had got on the hot engine exhaust.
Hmm.
But it didn't explode. It didn't catch on. One of the probably what saved it was one of the wings come off that had the fuel tank in it. It came off before the crash. Um, but yeah, but the way it landed, if this plane's coming down from 20,000 feet with this big Rolls Royce V12 engine in front of it, with a big prop pulling it down, it's
Yeah.
it's gonna come down more or less nose down.
Yeah, it's nose
What
first.
do you see over there on the left hand side of that picture?
That's not what you see, man.
It's a propeller.
Yeah, well, I can see not only the propeller, I see that engine, brother. It's right there. I mean,
One blade on the prop. So,
Yeah.
If
Yeah.
you come down nose down, how did that prop survive? You know?
no, that's not a nose down. That's a wow. So
And the guy that did the investigation, he thought it was the way it landed. He said it just kind of come down just like he might have tried to gain control, maybe, and tried to pull it back up, maybe.
wow.
It was weird, but
Yeah, I mean, you can see the prop right there. That's the very,
yeah,
it's literally laying on its side, I believe, from the orientation.
I believe it is. Yeah.
Yeah, because I can kind of see where the bottom the air cow is there on the bottom of it. P-51 is like one of my favorite planes ever. But
That's every boy's dream to fly one of them.
oh my gosh, right? Yeah. That was one of the greatest things. As soon as we got our VR headset, I got what was it? The World War II fighters, and that's one of the planes you could fly. So it's just like, I'm 12 years old again. But
the Army never come to them and told them what happened.
they never said anything, right? I mean, that's the whole.
Never come to them. After they just told him that he'd passed away in the plane crash. But other than that was the only notification they got. They got no reason what was going on or anything.
Wow. Didn't you say that they had a ludicrous cause of death on the official record?
Oh yeah. The cause of death was dislocation of brain.
Yeah, that's official.
Dislocation of brain. And I got to looking on one of the maps where they had actually scribbled out at the scene, and back behind the barn was a little circle with arrow drawn to it that said where part of scalp and skull were found. So evidently it must have, hit pretty hard, evidently.
Wow.
I drove by this crash site. I used to work out in Franklin right before this thing happened, and I went by it a million times. I never knew the crash site was even there, And then,
Really?
like a few years ago, I got to read up on it. And thought, hey, it's kind of neat. So I started doing research on it, and one thing led to another. But the Captain Mantell incident is probably almost the first chapter of the book is on Captain Mantell, and it's 100 and something pages long, just that one chapter.
Good.
But I put in newspaper clippings, anything. The ones you couldn't read, I transcribed them, and then typed them out, put them in there. But it's
I cannot wait. This is a story that, again, there's so many of these stories, right? They need to be told. And
his grandson said that they had read many things about that.
Yeah.
This was the most informative, concise, complete that they'd seen. So.
Yep. Bigfoot Influencers is here. Welcome. Hello. If you have any questions for the Dooster, we're on the topic of UFOs, UAPs, flying saucers. Call them whatever you want, whatever they decide to slap, a new acronym on them there next week, next month, who knows? But for us, they're always going to be UFOs and flying saucers for us, I think.
Exactly.
I like the original.
Always will be.
What do you got there, Pat? I need some big red circles on the crash photo to make it legit, right?
Oh,
yeah. We need to circle the prop but I'm with you, Dewey. You look at that photo, and you see a plane that came in at a glide. You don't see a plane that hit nose, I mean, come on, dude. If that thing hit nose down, there would be nothing left of that. It would have obliterated.
Yeah. You're talking aluminum,
Yeah, they're aluminum. These are nothing. I mean, a case in point, there was a collision there not too long ago, last year, right? At the air show where those two B-17 collided with, I forget what model plane it was. It obliterated that plane. I mean, it blew them both up, but it obliterated the little fighter. These things weren't made, they weren't armored.
No.
We got Adam. Captain Mantell's body was decimated. His essence taken. Yep. Well, it's possible. I mean, who knows? We don't really know what happened. Spiritually, I guess is.
Yeah. The Undertaker said that the only thing holding the body together was his flight suit. So it pretty hard jolt, So.
Yeah.
Wow.
Man. Let's see. And Pabs had asked, did they find
plane crash
the brain or just assume it was destroyed? It kind of sounds like they did find part of the brain, at least, Pat, is kind of what it sounds like. We don't know.
I don't have the picture in front of me, but
yeah.
Then all this happened on January 7th of 1948.
Yep.
Outside of Franklin, Kentucky.
Yep.
Which is probably maybe 10 miles as the crow flies from where I live now, so it's not very far. So. The crows always fly a straight line.
You know where they got the whole excuse about them chasing Venus, where that came from?
Yeah.
So there was a battleship in 1941. It was an Australian crew, the HMAS Sydney. Her and her entire squadron were chasing the planet Venus, and they even tried to shoot it down. So that was where they got that excuse.
Okay. Well, this makes sense. I mean, to be honest, they gravitate toward these same tired stories, right, Dewey? I mean,
yeah.
Let's look at Operation Skyhook and let's replace, when the Roswell report came out eventually. What was it? Well, it's a new balloon.
Yeah.
It's mogul. And then all of a sudden, overnight, you remember this well as I do. I know you do. Overnight, no one had heard of that, by the way. But overnight, everybody knew what a mogul balloon was. Just amazingly, they knew what this top secret thing was and how normal it was. And, of course, that didn't work, so they had to come out with the next one, which was announced crash test dummies that we dropped from a balloon. Because, you can't.
They do that usually?
You got to get deeper and deeper and deeper with your, with your cover-ups. But, they kind of like to rehash these balloon things, guys. And I don't know if you noticed, but we kind of had the same thing going on. This all just happens over and over again. It really does. We just had, I won't say jest. I will say in 2017, everything kind of kicked off with, there's something going on. And then all of a sudden you had this one side pushing back saying, nope, nothing's going on. And then you had this other side coming back and saying, yeah, well, here's what's going on. There's this, there's these strange things. They're making these movements. We can't explain this. And now all of a sudden, whereas before it was, these aren't adversarial. They're, there's no way that this is anything we come up with. Now, all of a sudden, it is exactly what this could be. This is just adversarial. Folks, if that's adversarial, we're not here. That's a fact. In my opinion, I said this long before they ever said anything. I said, based on just the stuff that we shot out at the Wild and Weird Con. If you haven't seen the video, that's the UAP footage that we caught. It's been looked at by multiple people. I don't know what it is to this day. We talked about it multiple times. We showed it a few times, but it's not birds. It's not. It's not conventional aircraft. It's not drones. It's not this. It's not that. We don't know what it is. And one of the greatest, things was, well, that's just, it is a drone. Well, guys, if that's drones of any kind, they're not ours, which we've already discussed. And if they are ours, we have a bigger problem, don't we, Dewey?
Yes.
Because what would stealth drones be doing over U.S. soil if that's us?
Yep.
Second of all, it's not the Chinese. It's not the Russians. They don't have that kind of stuff, guys. These things are literally invisible unless you have the right equipment to look at them. So I'm sorry. I don't care I know there's a lot of people who are like, yeah, Kirkpatrick's doing the greatest job ever, and we got to get behind him and support him. Guys, that's Grudge 2.0 is what that is. They are trying to push this thing so far back. There's no way. I don't see it. I am not optimistic. How about you, Dewey? Are you optimistic about this whole new Arrow approach to things?
Well, yeah, I guess I am.
A little bit?
I don't know if they will ever come out with everything or not. And what they do come out with, can we believe them? I mean,
Yeah.
they've lied all these years, no such thing as a flying saucer. Now all of a sudden, well, there may be, and then.
Yeah.
So,
Don't you get whiplash, though?
we just don't want to trust them.
No, you can't, because it's like you get whiplash. You physically get whiplash
Oh, yeah.
because, 1 week it's like, oh, they said this, and you get your hopes up. And it's like, yeah. And then, they dash that, and then all of a sudden it's back up again. It's just like I told Joe multiple times, there's two sides here. They're pushing each other. Now, I don't know who's going to end up winning in the end of this. I don't know. I think that we're going to eventually get it. I just don't think that it's going to be something that we don't need them to tell us, is what I'm trying to get at. I think it's going to be enough for us to be like, okay, well, yeah, that makes sense. And I think a lot of us are there at this point, to be honest with you, because a lot of this is pretty much, it's a personal kind of thing, I think. What did you say, Pat? If Russia had that kind of technology, they wouldn't still be fighting in Ukraine.
Yep.
That's true, man. That's true. That's true. Bigfoot Influencer, have you heard of any recent compelling videos from private satellites? Brandon, didn't you have something about a satellite today?
Oh, that image that
NASA
took.
Yeah, because they're doing a survey right now too, working with them, right?
Yeah, they never pointed it out, but you can see it.
There's something there. I don't know what that is, and I don't know if it's an artifact. I'll be fair with you. I don't know if that's an artifact. It could be, but it looks like there's something there. It looks like a string of metallic spheres or little oblong spheres, basically. Pat says, never trust the government. There you go, for everybody. Deuster believes no one. There you go, Joe. Yes. Well, I mean, really, how can we? That's a fair question. It is a fair question. It doesn't delve into conspiracy theory. It doesn't delve into speculation. There's this track record, and we've seen it. So how do we know? And again, I think it comes down to just personal experience and personal research, doing your own research.
I've seen a few things, up in the air. I guess they could probably be deemed as a UFO because I couldn't identify them. But I mean,
Right.
but they kind of had some erratic movement to them.
Yeah.
My wife, she's seen one big one several years ago, and it was sitting on the side of the road, just kind of at an angle, kind of like that.
Oh, wow.
And it was just hovering there, just a few feet off the ground, right beside the main highway. And she just pulled up there and stopped. Of course, it's back in the days before cell phones and nobody carried a camera with them, and stuff. So she said I watched it for a long time. So finally it straightened up and went up, and then it was gone.
Oh, wow.
She said it's probably 15, 20 minutes anyway, that they watched it.
How reminiscent is that, Dewey, to the Indrid Cold event? How reminiscent is that? I mean, that's so amazing.
But she'd come and tell all about that. And then she's seen a couple. I think she's out in Hendersonville, seen a Tic Tac, what she called a Tic Tac flyover. Then she was watching a plane fly over somewhere, across plains or something. Anyway, just seen this bright object just went shot across top of it and was gone.
Yeah, I think, we get so many images that we get sent of, supposed or possible. Did you see that? I got a hole goes through me here every now and again. This is where this green is right here. It looks like there's a hole through me here every now and again. You'll see the background. It's pretty funny. Threw me off for a second. But we'll get these images all the time. And a lot of the times, it is conventional. It's something that can be explained, but every now and again, you'll get those one videos that are just like they stand out, and it's usually these things that are moving very erratically, and or doing something really strange, like you said, like just hovering over an area for a prolonged period of time, or they're extremely large. They look, completely different. And we've seen over the past few years that these things have, instead of having this saucer shape, the traditional saucer shape, we're seeing more lights. We're seeing more orb type things and geometrical shapes, right? So it does seem that something has evolved or changed in this. And maybe it's just the way that we observe too. It could be that. I mean, we're all running around now with literally the equivalent of a television studio, in our pockets.
Yeah.
And imagine what 50 years ago, what they would have still burned you at the stake for having that. But that's amazing technology. I mean, let's be real, and it's just getting better every day. So I think that might be something to do with it. But I also think there might be a little bit of an escalation going on at this point, just based on what I've seen. So I don't really know. What's your thoughts on that, Dewey?
You got more people kind of watching the skies these days too.
Yes, sir.
Of course, we just came out of this meteor shower, but I didn't get to see anything on it. It was kind of cloudy and overcast here a little bit. I usually love my meteor showers.
Yeah, I used to do that.
Well, yeah, people are, they're, like I said, people got phones with them, cameras or whatever, and everybody's filming something now, so there's just a lot more eyes on the sky.
Yeah.
And people are looking for them.
Yeah, I think there really is. I think it's almost like, and what you said, people are looking for them. And I don't think that's, the public's looking for them too, but I also think that these governments, and I said governments because it's not just us, this is some of the reason, in my opinion, why it's so hush-hush. There's a space race that's been going on. It's been a secret one. I'm not talking about some secret space force. I'm talking about a space race to grab whatever these are. Whoever controls that technology, guys, well, they control everything. You're talking about the possibility of having technology that's, hundreds and hundreds of years advanced of us. Game over. Whoever gets that. That's the next level. And, you can just imagine the amount of chaos that it could cause, especially if we're not ready for that kind of technology.
Yeah, I kind of wonder if there's like a secret race between the countries, the big ones right now, to see who can get that developed.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah, I think so. I mean, I can't say that, but I think so, yeah.
It sort of reminds me of when they were trying to create the jet. There were several countries trying to do that first. And
oh, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Same
technically,
thing.
I think Germany actually had it before anybody else did.
Yeah, man, it's the same stuff though, and I like it. It is amazing to me. I watched the recent thing that they did. What was it? Accidental Truth. I finally got to see that. It's pretty good. It's a primer. We know pretty much everything that's there. There's a couple little bombshells that get dropped, but not very many. But I will say this: I do love the fact that we are openly talking about the fact that these things have been here for literally thousands of years now. You can't tell. You don't know how happy that makes me. You really don't, just for personal reasons. It's, I think that there's a lot of evidence that we've had something here for a very long time living beside us or living with us or observing us or etc. Call it what you want. But people are kind of taking that serious now. Much more people.
Mentioned in the Bible.
Yeah. Right, sir. Exactly. It's mentioned in yes.
Zechariah?
Yes. Yes. And it's mentioned in multiple just religions around the world and spiritual beliefs and just legends, creation stories. There's so many. It's unbelievable.
Yep.
And yes, yeah, like Joe just said right there. Boom. Or a war to kick off a great technological leap. Which you need both, don't you? I mean, you got to have a justification. You got to have people don't know that that's how we get the new toys. We have to have these these reasons. We have to have a bad guy to spend the money on.
After the war in Iraq, what did we get? we got all kinds of wireless technology that
Yep.
we never had before, like drones.
Sure did.
Fire off rockets remotely.
What did we get after Roswell? Microwave oven,
Oh,
transistors.
transistors. Yeah.
Got Tang,
Yeah, that's right.
Right. Exactly.
Velcro.
Velcro. There's Joe. They've been here a long time. Yes, Joe. Absolutely. I agree. 100%. Oh, Adam's bringing up a good point. The Trinity donation site is how we are gaining knowledge in the U.S. That's based on Vallee's new book, the Trinity. That was an amazing book, by the way. A lot of, you want to talk about revelations? There's some in that one. That was a good stuff, and the fact that, you know, in there he actually addresses this, and I thought it was really cool because if you paid attention at the last UFO briefing, not the Arrow thing, not that, but the actual briefing that we had last summer, I think it was, they mentioned going back and charging these guys with finding records that go back to 1945. Well, that's why, because that is the crash that allegedly happened at Trinity, and you know, that's one of Vallee's theories, is that this was a donation, that they allowed us to find that technology. Now the question would be, why in the world would they do that? And there's several possibilities, and some are just absolutely terrifying because it's kind of like, you think of it in Star Trek terms. You know, the non-interference. Don't break the prime directive. Don't make contact with the people who aren't ready. So then you think about, well, if that's the case, then why would you do that? Why would they need to bring us up to speed? Then you really get into speculation land as to why that could be. What do we got? Check out American Cosmic as well. The author goes to the site blindfolded. Oh, I bet that is good, actually. And James Boggs was over here. Zechariah 5:1 to be specific. Yep. Read what it says about UFOs. Yeah, these are not new phenomena, and I think that that's important that we address, and we try to address it as much as possible. It's a lot easier now, because when we used to do this years ago, they thought we were crazy. But now, you're hearing these guys say this, so it's not just us. We have scientists who are actually saying this stuff at this point. Okay, I think I'm caught up. You seem, says the Quran is saying that there is life outside. Yeah, multiple religions say that there's multiple lives, different planets even. Some of the Native American beliefs, are just fantastic on that, fascinating on that. The early Hopi legends come to mind, of course. The different Earths, the different worlds, the fourth world and so forth. It's all just amazing to me. What else did you come across in this book, though? I know that you came across some more things. You delved into more than just the Mantell incident. Can you, without going into too much, because we want them to buy the book, okay? But without going into too much, any revelations that you personally learned along the trip of making this book?
The main thing I come away with this book, you don't trust the government.
I like it. It's going to be a good book, is what he's saying, guys. You want to pick this up.
No, it just makes me mad that all these people lost their life and all this kind of stuff. And they say it was I'm trying to get up here to the index of my book. I was trying to do here. I was going to just give you
run that down. Run that down.
So I'll forget half of it. I said, the Mantell UFO incident starts it off. By the way, this book is dedicated to his memory. His grandsons wrote the forwards. Both of them did for me. I got 2 forwards in the book. He wrote them. They done a great, fantastic job. One of them made me cry. I'm not lying. So
wow.
He wrote a little thing. His forward was 7 pages.
Oh, wow.
Every word of it in there. I mean, it's beautiful. And So I got the Mantell incident from page 1 to, so it's 120 something pages long.
Okay.
And then I got yeah, I can't go back that far. I've got several different chapters. One of them is So It Begins. I've got a chapter on Project Blue Book, different unidentified flying saucers, the Arkansas airship of 1897. That was a famous one. The Kenneth Arnold sighting. That's another famous one.
Yep.
The Battle of Los Angeles. I think we touched base on it last time, I think.
Yeah.
The Aurora, Texas incident.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's a
18.
good one.
Yep.
Got one called Without a Trace. The Kelly invasion, Kelly, Kentucky.
Oh yeah.
Mhm.
That's a good one. Yeah, that's a great one.
The Kecksburg UFO crash.
Yep.
The Washington invasion.
1952.
Abduction of Betty and Barney Hill.
Mm-hmm.
I covered a lot of stuff. Travis Walton incident. The dead man standing, about the man in black that was found at LBL out by the fire tower. You know, I still like to find some more about him. I'm not done with him yet. I ain't closed that case on that one
And
yet.
close that one.
Yeah, then I got the touched on the Philadelphia experiment, which was a good one. It didn't have anything to do with UFO, but it may have and it may not have.
What year was the man in black found dead?
I'm wanting to say 73.
You might be able to get those case files pretty easily.
You're talking LBL here.
Well.
Remember?
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm thinking it was 1973. I'll look it up in just 1 second. I'll give you the exact when it was.
Yeah.
Of course, everybody remembers the 1833. I'm pretty sure y'all remember this one. The night the stars fell. You know, the great meteor shower that thousands of meteors were falling per minute. I mean, you know,
Yeah.
it lit up the night like it was daytime. Jimmy Carter's UFO sighting.
Mm-hmm.
The Autumn of Aliens, which was that was 1973. We had a massive inrush of sightings. Then we got the Pascagoula abduction, the Ezekiel spaceship, Chariot of Fire, Flying Scroll, the flight of the Israelites, and other possible UFO sightings.
Man,
And then I got my acknowledgement. So it's 290 something pages.
I like it. That's definitely going in the collection for sure. You're touching on a lot of things there.
Pretty comprehensive.
Very. You mentioned the 1800s there, and we know that from 1893 to like 1897 or somewhere in there, they had the great airship sightings that were taking place, right, Dewey?
Yes.
One of the better theories I've used to hear about this was something called cultural tracking, and basically what that said was that these things, they seem to almost always be viewed in a way that we can almost understand. In 1800s, balloons were just starting to really get off the ground, so to speak, and there were these people who were envisioning these flying fortresses of balloons, and so here they are, and then of course, today we're back at this again, and we're just on the edge of understanding what this is. And we're hypothesizing about these things that we can travel at X amount of speed, possibly create warp bubbles and all this. And it's doing kind of the same thing. It's like, look, we're here, you're here. This is where you're going to be. We're going to be here. Try to keep up. And it kind of seems like that's kind of a pattern with this stuff.
Those airships were suddenly started appearing in anywhere from 1876 to 1897.
Yeah.
97 was I reckon the biggest year of them.
Yeah.
Arkansas airship. People in Texas saw them. I mean, they were everywhere.
Yeah.
I've got a picture of one in my book that that was taken not very far from my house, in northern Robertson County, outside of Adderall, Kentucky, which is right in my neighborhood. And they got a picture of it. Somebody drew one. It looked more like I don't know, like a hanging. And it had a propeller on either side of it.
Yeah.
White light in the front and red light in the back.
Yes.
And this is several years before the dirigibles ever even patented or anything. So.
Correct me if I'm wrong, my friend, but there was no portable electronics at the time for these lights, right? And these were spotlights, I believe, in some of the cases that I've heard as well. I mean, again, technology that was possibly being thought up at the time, but had not been actually in practicality created, and yet here it is. And, that's another one of those great mysteries to this whole phenomena, where it's just like, we're just chasing our tails at times, it seems like, But the airships were fantastic, stories. And like you said, it's not just airships, right? They were literally ships at times. They had big propellers on the sides. There were people seen on deck. There's a couple of these that landed and people got off and asked for directions.
I wonder if Jules Verne was inspired by some stories like that for his stories.
Yeah, well, possible.
Probably, man.
It does come to mind when you see the drawings of these.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, these are very steampunk. I mean, that's... Yeah, and Joe had said, there's those Nazca hot air balloons again. That's a joke that me, him, and Wayne used to run back and forth about the Nazca Peru, because there was a theory back in the day that's how the Peruvians actually saw the Nazca lines to make them. They created these massive balloons out of animal skins, because that's light, and made, hot air balloons, went up and looked down, and while someone screamed from the ground up, I don't know, 200-300 feet or so, they directed them how to make these
move that rock over that way.
Right, yeah, I don't...
To the right, you stupid.
But, because that makes a lot of sense. Yeah, it makes more sense than, the alternative, I guess.
Yeah.
But, yeah, pretty funny stuff. And Teresa had said, yes, for the West Virginia folks, we've had the Phantom dirigibles in Sistersville, 1897.
Oh.
That's right. Yeah, Dave touched that in, I don't have it with me, do I? Oh, yeah, I do. No, I don't. In the West Virginia UFOs book, there's a little mention of that in there, too. But, yes, and it shouldn't surprise anyone. West Virginia is just full of UFOs.
There was a court trial going on in Harrison, Nebraska. A large airship appeared over the courthouse and just hovered there. They dismissed court. Everybody come out of the courtroom and sit there and watched it until it finally took off. But they dismissed court to go watch this flying saucer, and it was in 1897.
Yeah.
Did they say how fast it moved?
Let's see.
How fast they think it moved?
It didn't say. This one didn't. It was just oval-shaped craft and a bright white light on the front, colored lights all around it. Sounds
like a UFO. That's exactly what a UFO sounds like.
Exactly.
James Boggs said some of the airships spotted were reported having have wings, which they flapped to fly. Yes, that's right. That's what we're getting at.
Yeah.
It's almost like it couldn't be so far out there that you couldn't comprehend it, right, James? And this falls into the line with what we've been saying for weeks and months now, since the whole biological effects thing that Nolan released, about them being able to kind of possibly manipulate what we're seeing. We wouldn't understand something unless we understood it, is what I'm getting at. I mean,
like, that was the era where people were trying to make the first airplanes. They were experimenting a lot, but how would they have like lights years and years before the light bulb was even invented?
Right, exactly. But it wasn't
That's just
beyond you thinking about it, right? Like right now, kind of how quantum reality works. You don't know until you observe. So, it's kind of the same thing. If you think about it, I can't, create something literally that I guess that nobody has ever seen before, like out of an element that no one's seen before, out of some design concept no one's seen before, that they couldn't right now, thanks to our technology today, imagine probably. Because literally, we're at the point now to where if we can imagine it, we can kind of make it. We've been here before, guys, just to let you know, and it didn't end well. But the whole point being is that these things they were so close. So was it just an interpretation of those people who saw this? Did they really look like that? Or were these saucers or spheres or whatever, but they just made them see what they wanted them to see? That's a very valid question, and I think it bears a lot of serious consideration at this point, personally. Let's see.
Just talking about those flapping wings or whatever
Yeah.
on it.
Yeah.
Of course, this was way, way, way after 1897. I was about 4 or 5 years old, and it was about 1956, best I remember. It's about the year my grandmother passed away, and I remember it was pretty close in that time frame. But I was laying up it was back then before the days of seat belts and shoulder harnesses and baby seats, and I don't know how we survived.
When we could ride backwards in a station wagon and in the back of a truck.
Right,
You remember that?
Car,
You remember that? We could get in the back of a pickup truck, dude.
So I'm laying up. So I'm this little kid laying up in the back glass. So they had the big black glass, and you lay back in there, between the rear seat and the windshield. You could lay up in there. But anyway, I was laying up in there, and I just happened to look up, and there was something. I took it as being a giant turtle. Is what I thought it was, but it was flying.
Okay.
Over the railroad track in Springfield. I remember it to this day, just like it was yesterday. It was green and gray. Green, had a greenish tint, and it was pretty high in the air. But I could see the legs were moving on it, like wings would be flopping,
Yeah.
And it may have just been a hot air balloon, or some kind of, but I don't know. But I was I was less than 6 years old, so I don't know, but it was.
It makes you wonder, doesn't it, though? I mean, especially
in my
now.
mind.
Yes. It's like later when you figure these things out, it's like, oh, my.
sounds like the Project Gamera balloons.
Yeah. There you go.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, that works.
Teresa said, yeah, Tony brought up flapping aircraft last night at St. Albans Para discussion. That's twice in 2 days that's been brought up now, and I never heard it before. Yeah, synchronicity. Hanging around with us, it gets weird. That's all I'm going to say about that stuff, Teresa. It's just bound to happen. All UFOs use swamp gas for fuel. That's a good one. That's a good one. Of course, that refers back to Hynek and his his great explanation for which case was that? I can't remember.
It was
now.
the one in Michigan that Gerald Ford was actually.
Yeah, it was the Michigan. Yeah, it was the Michigan case. And
Gerald Ford actually got really mad at that explanation.
Yeah. Well, that was before Hynek figured out, he knew he didn't know what they were doing. He really legitimately thought that they were doing good work. And then he figured out it was just a clearinghouse. And that's why he switched gears.
Wasn't that
supposedly.
the case that made him change his mind?
I don't remember which one made him change his mind. I know that at one point he just said he couldn't do it anymore. Let's see. What about the Flying Man of New Jersey and New York around 1880s? James Bogg. I'm not I barely can remember something about this, but I can't remember fully on that at all. Do you remember
it?
It
was flying in a jetpack or something, but it was way back before the jetpack was.
It sounds like that, but I can't remember it either.
about 60 years before jetpacks.
Let's see. Then you had the two-winged planes, 1920 over Scandinavia. The Ghost rockets, we had those. Shade Viking, I've seen a UFO. Yeah, well, yeah. And honestly, you would be surprised. Probably, I think almost everyone has. They just don't really. Either it doesn't click, or they think they're seeing something. You know,
They're in
yours
denial.
yours was all black, flying low. Had a full circle of blue light on the bottom, no sound. Long story, my friend. That definitely constitutes
I'll be right
because
back.
yeah, man, you're good because there, as far as I know, conventional craft do not have a big blue lights on the bottom. So,
Was
yep,
it triangle shaped?
that sounds very, very right to me. Yeah, what shape was it?
It almost sounds like one of the black triangles.
It does.
I've heard them described like that.
Yeah, it does. Let's see.
Do you remember the big black triangles over Michigan?
Yeah.
Was it 95?
Yeah, when
They had,
everybody's yeah.
yeah, they had the red lights on the bottom, and some people even said
Mm-hmm.
they saw like a distortion around the triangle.
That happens with a lot of these cases. James Boggs photos I have looks like a ghost. Yeah, yep, there you go. I mean, let's see. Yeah, no sound at all. It was low, lower than planes are allowed to fly, and it was night. Sounds right. And Adam, Sky Daddy, Matthew McConaughey needs you to smash the thumbs up like button. He keeps reminding me, yes, don't forget to smash the thumbs up and like button right now. Take your time to do it. That keeps us on the air because, you know, this is a fun little program and we get a lot of people in here. So, yeah, hit that like button. Hit that, you know, let us know. That way we can, you know, get better guests on and, you know, grow the show. Hey, can't get any better than Dewey, but you know what I mean.
Oh, wait a minute.
Be quiet. You know
One day
what I'm
we'll have
talking
Lou
about.
Elizondo on here.
No, we won't. It doesn't matter because
Joe.
it doesn't matter because Dewey set the bar. You don't understand. I mean, it's going to be really hard. I'm not even joking. It's going to be hard for someone to catch up with Dewey because the fact is, Dewey's episode continues to grow weekly. It's not just one and done. It continues to grow weekly, like
It has
every
not
week.
peaked.
No, it has not peaked. And by the time it does peak, it's going to take someone a long time to try to get over that hump. It ain't going to happen. It's kind of like what we're talking about with cultural tracking. Back here is them. Here's Dewey. Good luck. It's going to take time. It's going to take time. What you got there, bud?
We were talking about the Bell Witch earlier. Well, her
Yes.
coming back.
Yes.
She was supposed to have been back sometime in about 1964, something like that. This is a record. It's called The Bell Witch, and it's by Merle Kilgore.
Okay.
It's a 45 RPM record. They're hard to find. I looked out and found this one on eBay several years ago, and I latched onto it. But
Man, it's in great shape, Dewey.
I've got it in a frame, got it in great shape. It's an original case and all. So,
Oh, my. That is cool.
and also another book on the Bell Witch is this one.
The Bell Witch of
Harriet
Tennessee.
Miller.
Okay.
Just Charles Bailey Bell wrote part of it with her. But it's got all kind of cards in there.
When was that one done, bud?
That's what I was looking to see when this one was. This was Charles Bailey Bell. He was one of the Bell descendants. He calls it the Bell Witch, a mysterious spirit. Let's see. This is a reproduction. This is a 1972 reproduction here. I'm trying to see. It was when 1934.
Oh, wow.
Oh, so that was only like what, 6 generations apart?
Wow. Look at that.
That's John Bell Jr. He's supposed to resemble his daddy, but they say we all do. So it's a nice book. It's a real good book. This may have been the one I was talking about that had this other. Oh, I'll find it. It's in another book. Deserted Serency.
Mm-hmm.
That was it.
That-
That's what I was talking about. It was another haunting, kind of like the Bell Witch.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think where that was at. I read a little bit about it, but I was more or less working on the Bell Witch book at the time and didn't
Go back.
branch off into that one.
Yeah. It's
Another
easy.
rabbit hole.
Yeah. And it's very easy to get sidetracked when you're doing this stuff, because a lot of this stuff just starts, oh, well, that sounds just like this. And then the next thing you know, you're diving down that rabbit hole, and then it's
Yeah.
branching off. And
You ever see my
Off to
notebook?
Wonderland.
I'll be doing some research on something. Oh, look up so and so, and then next time I'll be looking at that. Oh, it reminds me of something else. So
yes.
make
Mhm.
another note. So
Yes.
now,
But-
if I can, these two disappearances I'm trying to figure out that happened in Robertson County in 1985, 4 and 5. If I can tie them in with UFO abductions, I got it made.
There you go. Yeah.
But it's not going to be that easy, I'm afraid.
I have a question, Dewey. Did the Bells ever report anything paranormal before they moved to Tennessee, like in their old place in North Carolina? Did they ever report anything?
We don't have anything, documented about it. I'm pretty sure they probably sat around the supper table at night and told ghost stories in the dark and stuff like that. But as far as having any, I couldn't. There was some kind of a altercation between John Bell and one of his overseers or something or whatever. That it may cause a little bit of a rift, but as far as I know of, it's just the first time they experienced something like this. But
You know how long they were in Tennessee before all that stuff started happening?
they got here about 1804, 1805, and it started happening in about 1817. So,
They were here for a while.
yeah, 10, 12 years, yeah, roughly, yeah.
We do have a question over here from Steve Causey. Without revealing too much with your book, what I have seen on the Mantell Incident, some have speculated that its P-51 was the only one that had O2 canisters on board. Is that true?
What I've read on that, Steve, one plane with him, one of his wingmen had oxygen capabilities on his plane. There's been so much told about it. Some says his plane did have it. Some say it didn't have. And it's without actually seeing the plane itself, and it'd be hard to tell. They don't mention one of them in the reports as far as the crash reports. It didn't mention, but one of them was supposed to have had it, and it may have been the one that it flew back, to Fort Knox to refuel. I don't know.
Joe got on to me. Better guess? No, there are no better guess, Joe. That's just me trying to talk as fast as I can and to keep dead air. But no, and Dewey has a unique difference than just a guest as well, because I foresee Dewey being what we used to have on the radio show. If you listen to actual Wild and Weird Radio podcast, that version, we'll have these guests who will come on, and they'll end up being guest hosts, which we will call back from time to time to actually host the show. And I see Dewey actually falling into that lane, because he's just natural right there in that chair. I mean, that's a fact. You're absolutely natural in that chair, my friend. Absolutely. Dewey's live shows are the best. Yes, absolutely. We agree. Everybody smash the like button for Dewey. Do it now. Let's see. Yeah, there you go. He's been blessed by Sky Daddy Matthew McConaughey. There you go, man.
And share it. Make sure you share it.
Yes, share it. Let's see. Craft. I estimated the craft was at 80 feet long by 50 feet tall, Brandon, to the question you were asking. So the blue light was 50 feet circle full of all blue. It was black as night. The rest of the body of the craft, it was like half globe shaped, I think, cut in half.
The boomerang shape.
That is a very good description,
it is.
Shade. Incredible description. Let's work together and do a recreation of that, and that way you'll have that.
Yeah, Ron can draw. I guess
We can do that. We can make you get you a 3D version of that thing. Print.
I'd like to have a picture of the one that actually or supposedly landed in Orange Chapel when we lived over there. It's probably a couple of miles down the road from the house, but this thing was supposed to have landed in the woods back behind his house and zapped him with a laser, hit his
Really?
dog with a laser, and put some kind of a weird burn mark on the dog.
God.
They were walking down the road and seen by several people, supposedly none that I can find. But
Wow.
I've tried to contact the guy. I know I've got his name, I've got his phone number, I know where he lives, but he just didn't want to talk about it, evidently.
Do you have a good description of the craft?
Not really.
Not really. I was gonna say if you had a good
Oh,
description, we can do it. So
News Channel 5 were there. They filmed it, and
Huh.
I had them check their archives, and evidently they only keep them so long, evidently. So, but I'd love to have that footage, But
all right.
I don't know it. I thought about stopping by there and see if I could run him down and talk to him a minute, but I don't know it. Maybe sketchy. I don't know.
Freaks them out a little bit, right?
Yeah.
Shannon had said, did you tell them about your interview on an American haunting movie?
Yeah, that's. I think I mentioned it a little bit last time.
We talked about it before we went on air.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they don't know yet.
Yeah, I was. Me and Dolores were up at Adams, and we were doing a little investigation around the old Bell School, And I take it back. I was up there. She wasn't with me. She'd already gone to the house. She'd already gone home. But anyway, in her car. But anyway, I was hanging around talking to a friend of mine, and kind of checking some things out. And the news crew, a film crew showed up, and they were with who did this American Haunting. They were doing that movie, filming a few little, what they call B scenes or whatever,
Oh, the B-rolls. Yeah.
B-roll,
Mhm.
yeah. B-roll.
Yeah.
And but anyway, they asked me what I thought about it, and I just give them a little talk about it, telling them, that it wasn't a ghost. I didn't think it was a ghost, Don't think she was a demon, Wasn't a witch for sure. So I'm pretty sure, just poltergeist, We're talking about that. And anyway, my ringtone on my phone at that time was Ghostbusters, So we're standing here. I have got my black pants on, my black shirt with ghost on it, my ghost cap on, and we're standing there talking. All of a sudden, this phone goes off, and it goes off with the Ghostbuster theme, And one of them back there behind the camera hollered, "Who you gonna call?" And we got tickled and got to laughing, and they put that on the. It's on the extra features on the DVD.
Oh, that is just awesome.
And then they did a promotional. I wasn't in it. I was in it, but they didn't show my face. But this guy was driving down the road, in a truck, and talking about this Bell Witch had stirred up the interest of one. Some. How they describe it now, paranormal investigator or something, Anyway, then it's supposed to have been me, but it wasn't me driving the truck. I don't know who that was. But I had a stunt double, I
Yeah,
guess.
a stunt double. That's awesome.
But that
Guys-
was neat. That was funny. And then that's where I got this poster. Back behind me here, they sent me that poster. It was supposed to be an autograph by Donald Sutherland, C.S.C. Spacek. They come in, just roll up in a tube, and they hadn't even been opened. So
Wow.
I run up on them. They won't make them sign it if I run up on them again.
Wow. That
It
is
was neat. That was
something.
fun.
Yeah, that is something. Guys, I just checked some of the analytics here for this show, and just the comments alone are just, I don't know how I kept up with them at this point. Keep them going. You're almost going to break the record on the comments as well. Making it absolutely just memorable for for Dewey. He's smashing every record we've got, which is just great. You got your questions for Dewey? Get them in here. Anything you want to know? Like I said, Dewey's seasoned researcher, UFOs, ghosts, paranormal. Builds his own gear, for goodness sakes. I mean, that's the guy right there. We need more Deweys, is what I'm saying.
I had a note here to mention that this hobby does get this bad for neck strain. So, there before, I'm driving around looking in the fence rows and all, the woods and all, for a puppy dude or a Bigfoot, And now I'm doing this number and looking up too,
Yeah, it's kind of like now you're doing this little number, right? You get kind of dizzy at times, I think.
Kind of like a physical therapy session, just driving around looking.
Oh my goodness. What we got? Oh, everybody's saying Sky Daddy. Okay. I see what you're doing. You're breaking the records. You guys are great. I don't think we have any better. We couldn't have any better community out there, as far as I'm concerned. For everybody here. Hey, while everybody's here, would you like to see a top secret project? If you would, just let us know and hit that like button. The more thumbs I see, I'm going to take that as a yes. And believe me, you want to see this. It's it's pretty cool. Where is the like button? I tell you guys to do it, and I can't.
Have one.
I think there is one. Well, we don't, but I think they do.
There's one on YouTube, yeah.
Yeah, I'm checking it.
On my phone, I'm gonna hit it.
Okay, I'm checking it right now too.
We got some.
Do we got it?
Got one.
We got one. Okay. I'm looking. Anyone who's listening on Facebook, hit that like button as well, and we're gonna see if this works. We got two. Okay. Go over to the dashboard. Go to the content here real quick. Check it. It looks like there's a where's it at? There it is. It's the little thumbs up. We got 26 so far, guys. You're nailing it. Keep them coming. Keep them coming. Hit that like button, and that's awesome. Well, I think that's going to constitute. You guys were good, so I'm going to do it. So, Brandon, what is going to happen now is you're going to take. I've seen that. You're going to take the show while I get this thing ready, and I will be back. I'm going to disappear into the background, and I'll reappear. Is what's going to happen. Okay, so you guys got this, and I'll return. And if I don't return, then something really catastrophic happened, and everyone is a witness. Okay, so just hunt me down, try to find out how much missing time there was, and we'll talk about it later. All right, I'll be right back.
Keep your clothes on.
Hey, man, sometimes they get that wrong. I mean, I've heard some stories. Let me just tell you. I don't
gotta get them like somehow, man.
Hey, I got it. We're touching it because we're there. This don't come up much, but I don't know if a lot of people know this, but there have been botched encounters where that has happened. People have been returned wearing strange clothing that's not their own. There's guys who have been returned wearing women's underwear.
Honey, that's the truth.
That's yeah.
It wasn't me.
Yeah. So there's
I don't know who she is.
some weird stuff, and that really calls into question, like, what in the world is going on? But I'm pleased to say that none of that's ever happened to me. Outside of just communication, we don't do no funky stuff like that.
I have heard several stories of people being returned naked who weren't beforehand.
That happens. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. I know people that has happened. Honest to goodness, yes.
Like they were just in such a rush they didn't even bother with the clothes. Sometimes
the clothes are piled up and thrown in the floor, or folded neatly. My favorite one was the one where it was folded neatly at the foot of the bed. It's like, I guess they were. It's probably like when I wash my wife's clothing. Girls, I'm amazed at clothing designers for women. By the way, I really am, because I'm convinced that these people are beyond physics. They're beyond physicists, because the way that some of this stuff folds, the way that some of this stuff, even, you have to wear it, blows my mind. It's just amazing stuff. So yeah, that's probably what these guys did. They got this weird sweater or dress or something. They're like, I don't know how this works. Just fold it up, put it on the bed. It'd be good. And then they disappeared. They went back into the walls, back into their ship, and they were gone. Okay, I am going to return in a second. Like I said, I'm sorry we got off on the little extra dimensional dressing rabbit hole there. All right, guys. Brandon, ask some questions. I'll return.
Oh no.
Well, so far I haven't seen any good ones from the audience, so I'll throw one at you, Dewey. Other than the Bell Witch, in the general area, what other paranormal phenomenon has been reported? Like UFO, Bigfoot stuff, anything else besides the Bell Witch?
Not that I'm aware of up in that area. There's been just several hauntings, things like that. There was a well, actually, right across the road from the Bellwood Cemetery, there was a little swamp, and it used to be a real favorite place it was a gravel road back in the day, and it was a good parking place. You could pull back this road off the main road and back in there by the swamp, and there's a good little parking place. The couples used to hang out back there a lot, and not me, not that one, but anyway, there was a couple there one night, and they were sitting there making out, whatever, and they said all of a sudden all the crickets and tree frogs and everything went deadly silent. Just everything just got hush. And they were sitting there listening, and they heard a splash in the water in the swamp, and they kind of looking, to see maybe what it was, maybe something threw something. They hear this loud howl, come out of the middle of the swamp, and so it was a big screeching howl. So it said all the rabbits, everything came running out of the swamp and crossing the road in front of them. And there was raccoons and possums and everything crossing the road in front of them, getting out of the swamp. And then I hear this loud scream, this loud howl. So he started the car up and got out of there, and never did go back. But he said he never seen so many animals come out of one swamp in all of his life.
Hmm.
I don't know if it was actually the witch or if it was a Bigfoot. I mean, I wouldn't think there wouldn't be big feet up in that area. Of course, this is within 75, 80 yards probably of where the old Kate Batt's house actually stood. The one that they named Kate after, the Bellwood. Yeah. So it's in the same neighborhood. So
I've never really heard of Bigfoot causing animals to run out of the woods like that. So maybe it was the Bellwood.
Yeah, something terrified him. He didn't say he had a smell or anything, but he heard that squeal or the screech. He described it. Didn't know if it made a hair stand up on his arm, and he got out of there.
Well, kind of goes along with the other reports from the Bell Witch doing all kinds of weird stuff like that before. Noises and stuff, so maybe.
He's back.
Oh, there he is.
I am back. I have returned. What did I miss? Anyone? No? Nothing?
Looks like everybody's trying to guess what your secret is.
What do they think it is? What does everyone think the secret is?
Well, you don't want to know what Joe thinks it is.
I don't care what Joe thinks. It's okay. Yeah, it's not. No, Joe. No. Anyway. All right. So behind me, I don't know if most people know that the Wild and Weird Radio is actually a radio. It's a real thing. And I've been working on it for a very long time, trying to make this thing a nice little prop worthy of the road. We actually, Ike knows, he got to see a picture of it. It was taken on the road last year for the first time, but it could be so much more. And so I wanted it to live up to its full potential. It's still not to its full potential, but it's getting close to its full potential. And this is what you're going to see debuted this weekend for the very first time in public. This is the Wild and Weird Radio.
Oh,
Hmm.
that is pretty cool.
Yeah, it's pretty neat. That worries me. It does a little Cylon thing every now and again, so I'm not sure it's going to kill me one day. But it's cool. It's all good. But yeah, that's the Wild and Weird Radio, and that is a new.
Does it got a spirit box built in it?
It doesn't yet. Could it? Yes, it very well could, Dewey.
You know it could.
It could be very functional at some point. But yeah, this is the Wild and Weird Radio. And you guys can come out and see that. It'll be with us on the road this year. It's one of those labors of love kind of things.
Oh, yeah.
And we're very, very proud of it. But this is an actual radio. It has just been modified heavily at this point. But the most amazing thing about the Wild and Weird Radio is the fact that the history that this thing has lived through before it came to us is just amazing. When you get to see it, you're going to see marks on it. And these are marks where someone literally sat here and turned the dials. You can kind of see it there a little bit. The finish is actually worn off, and that this was their entertainment.
Oh, yeah.
So it was as I remember walking into the antique shop, and no, we didn't get it at Deep End, which I would have if I seen it there, but I didn't. We were somewhere out on the road a few years ago, and my wife saw this old radio, and she said, "You've got to get that for the Wild and Weird Radio, and you've got to make it look like the radio." And I'm like, there's no way I can do that. So I talked to Joe, and me and him kicked some ideas around. And he's like, well, I know what we can get. We'll put the screen, I'll get us a screen for it. And there's the screen. Got the lights changing. We've got some, effects going on here. And that's a nuclear plasmoid reactor. You got to have this to power the Wild and Weird Radio. That's what makes it work. So, I'm not really sure where you get one of these. I had to build one. But there'll be some more additions to this thing over the year. But that's the radio for now. And I just wanted you guys to have a little sneak peek at it and get to be the first people to see it before tomorrow evening when it makes its actual debut in the world.
Abs has a good suggestion. You should put an Ovilus into it.
That's easy too. Yeah. We could totally do that.
Yeah, that would be weird.
Right? Wouldn't it? Wouldn't it?
I mean, you ought to be able to build one. If I can build a REM pod from a coconut, I know you can.
Dude, that would be nothing to put in that thing, right? I mean, yeah. I've seen your work. All right, let me turn off the Wild and Weird Radio, and I will return once more.
That's pretty neat.
Yeah, it is. It's pretty neat. Pretty neat.
That's the first time I've seen it do that too. He told me he was working on it, but I've not actually seen it.
I've got an old one back here. I need to dig out one of these days, and it's still got the old tubes in it, and got the old cloth-covered power cord, and and all that stuff in it. So I looked out and bought it at a yard sale one day. I thought she was asking $100 for it, and I picked up and looked at it. I thought, it needs a little work on it, but it's not worth $100. I looked close. And it was a decimal point between the 1 and the 0. So anyway, I got it for $1. I've just been sitting on my shelf ever since. But the radio to throw away. It got the old wooden case on it.
It may not be able to pick up a lot of modern radio stations though, because a lot of them are digital now instead of analog.
Oh yeah. I need to find a half-inch ferrite rod to put in my other little thing to get it tuned in. That's all I like on it, but I've kind of pushed it on the back burner for right now until I get my therapy and everything done, and I'll jump back on it again.
Abs wants to know if we can see your haunted Elmo.
Yeah.
Boom! I'm back.
He's back.
I'm back. So that is the Wild and Weird Radio, everyone. I'm glad you all got to have a look at it and see it in its operation. That's its debut. So we wanted to share that with everybody who's been nice enough to hang out and support us all this time. Dewey, you mentioned a little bit But what's next as far as let's say the paranormal investigations? Like what's your next goal, I should say? What do you want to do next?
Well, the next thing I've got planned here hopefully in the next few days is to go up there with the guy that's got the ground penetrating radar and do the Mantell crash site. I'm just waiting. We're just waiting on they were out of town last week. The owners were, and the weather's. He don't want to get out in the rain, which I can't blame him. That's an expensive machine. So as soon as the weather dries up, we're going up there and get that done. And I'm gonna go ahead. I think carry my camera and just film the whole thing. And just make a documentary on it. Maybe I don't know.
Wow. Yeah,
Definitely. If I'm not writing, I feel like I'm not doing anything.
Hey, once you take some equipment to take some readings while they're out there looking
I'm going
around.
to.
Yeah.
I'm gonna load my truck up and carry a lot of stuff with me.
Oh yeah. I mean, I don't know why you wouldn't. It's
Well, the guy that's doing it, he's the ghost hunter. He's the paranormal investigator too. So.
Oh, okay.
team effort.
I was
There
gonna
you
say,
go. That's how you
Might
do
go out
it.
there and stir up some stuff.
He does a lot of work at the Octagon Hall. He does a lot of work up there.
Gotcha.
Real nice guy.
Gotcha.
Real nice guy.
Wow. So ground penetrating radar on the site.
Get it for me.
I mean, there could definitely still be, something there. I mean, as far as it goes too.
Yeah, very
Definitely.
well.
Mm-hmm. Definitely could be something there.
That's something I was telling Dave Spinks at the Wild and Weird Con.
Mm-hmm.
Was he was telling that Mantell was actually from West Virginia, which he was from Franklin, Kentucky.
Yeah, he's from Kentucky, right?
He died in the same town he was born in.
Yeah.
But we were talking about a few things, things like that. It was a pretty
Yeah.
pretty good little talk with him.
Yeah, they've got actual sign there, don't they? Like
Oh, yeah.
like he's a hero at this is what I'm trying to say. Like at this point, yeah.
They last year, this year back in January, they actually made a January the 7th as a Captain Thomas Mantell Day in Franklin.
Did they?
Yes,
Wow.
they did. It was declared by the state, the city, the county, everybody. I mean, it was I went to
that's
the
awesome.
presentation, and that's where I met his grandsons at. And it was amazing.
Oh, that's
I
awesome.
didn't even want to leave when it was over. I mean, just talking to him, and just when I first met them, it's
Yeah.
kind of neat. I did meet his grandsons, and
Yeah.
but the more I wrote about him, just the more I respect him. I mean, he just,
Yep.
he deserves all our respect. He's a
Agreed.
true hero.
Yeah, absolutely. And thrown under the
Oh, yeah.
bus. There's the Ilmo. Everybody's asking about it. There's the Ilmo. Turn it on, Dewey.
See if I can get him to
Fire him up.
the microphone's taking him off now.
Yep, that's what it is.
We quit.
Good old possess me Elmo.
It wasn't. It wasn't tickled. There you go. Well, just hush. Just calm down. Calm down. It'll be all right. It'll be all right. Oh, is your belly hurting? Okay. I call this one "Touch Me Elmo."
Touch me, Elmo. There you go. That's a good one, man. Yeah, that's awesome. Gosh, I was going to ask something, but Elmo just totally took it right out of my out of the wheelhouse. That was that was priceless, is what that was. Oh yeah, I remember what it was. It was whether you're talking about Mantell, and we talked about this a little bit earlier, like how many people that have just literally been ignored, slandered, thrown under the bus, had their reputations destroyed, etc. For this secret, right?
Oh yeah.
There's so many, and the one that comes to mind, other than Mantell, would have been the Cash Landrum incident. And in that case, literally, they went after the government. The government was caught red-handed, but then said, we didn't have anything officially in the area, therefore our hands are clean, and you're not getting a cent. And, these people pretty much, what they had, was it cancer, leukemia? There was all kinds of issues with it after the exposure to the craft, which does come up with some of the findings that near field exposure to some of these phenomena may not be very good for you. And I think Travis even said that. Travis Walton had noted that in his recent, the way that he views things now with the incident. Like when I met with him, he literally said, back in the day, I was scared. I thought they did this and did that, but I think that I got too close. It zapped me, and literally they were trying to fix me. And yeah, it's possible that that's exactly what happened.
That's probably why he woke up on that operating table.
Right. I mean, that's the whole theory, and it could have
And he
been
beat
why.
up the doctors.
Why it could have took so long.
Yeah.
But there's
I've heard
lot
of people who work in the medical field where that's happened.
where people
Somebody
just come
got
out.
Yeah, they get knocked unconscious, and then they wake up suddenly on an operating table, and they start swinging at the nurses.
Oh, you could
They don't know why they're
imagine.
there.
Yeah, you can imagine that, right? I mean, especially, yeah. I could see that. Being near highly energized particles is not good for humans. Yes, that is correct,
Right.
Pat. That is 100% correct. It's not great for humans, but it may have something to do with, it may have something to do with the technology itself, a byproduct.
Or if the Large Hadron Collider conspiracy theory is true, it's not good for weasels either.
Oh my gosh. The Hadron Collider. We've got this Mandela universe. It kills me sometimes. Gentlemen, please get your questions in here. We're coming up on we're just past the 2.5 hour mark. And we're going to answer questions until there are no more questions. And then we'll probably just make up some stuff before we head out.
There you go.
That's how I'm planning on doing it. Speaking of which, we know that we're coming up on another anniversary of one of the biggest UFO events, or modern UFO events in July. That would be the Roswell incident, June, July.
Mm-hmm.
Well, actually, I'd say the second, because the first would be in June. That would be the Kenneth Arnold sighting. But do you think that this is speculation only? Do you think that by that time that we're going to see another one of these reports released? And I'm saying this because we have to think about how they do things. The last time that Roswell was brought up, or any of these crashes were brought up, they immediately started writing reports saying it didn't happen. The General Accounting Office couldn't find any records, but that's exactly what they've been tasked to find this time. Do you think that there's a possibility that that's what we're getting set up for at this point? Because now we're hearing these stories about, like Brandon just said a little bit ago, crash retrieval has started to come into the equation now, and it's always little bits and pieces. So what you guys thinking about that?
Do you know who one of the whistleblowers was confirmed as being?
Who is it?
Lou Elizondo.
Oh boy. Yeah.
Confirmed that today, that he talked to Arrow.
Well, now that's interesting, because that's one of the things that, well, you heard him. That's who Kirkpatrick was issuing that challenge to during the whole thing. If anyone has any more knowledge, I suggest contact me. There you go. It's also brought up on the documentary I was telling you about, The Accidental Truth.
Yeah, it kind of blows my mind, because it's like he was suggesting that he didn't have access to Lou's old files. Like, why would they not let him have those? For that?
It's possible that they didn't, but this stuff's so highly, compartmentalized. It's very, very possible. And I mean, I'm no fan of some of the stuff the man said, but I'm also not going to just roast him completely, because who would want that job? First of all, I mean, that's going to be something that you've got to live with. And you're either going to be the guy who broke the story of the biggest event ever, or you're going to be the guy who shot it down. Either way, you're not ever going to be just ordinary you, and you're probably never going to have an ordinary job again. That's what I'm getting at.
Yeah, that's why he moved onto a ranch out in the middle of nowhere so nobody can find him.
Right?
Can't blame him.
Yeah. So it's true, man. I mean, I can totally see that. So what do you think, dude? You think there's some kind of a, not an agenda, but a time frame here with this stuff?
Yes, I think that, wasn't it given out, was the year, what, 2025 or something like that was supposed to have been?
25 or 27?
I think it's 27.
One or the other, yeah.
Yep.
We should have both been making contact with them, but
Yep.
I don't know it.
Yep, that's the newest thing that's been floating around. And I'll tell you, man, if you've looked at it long enough, and we have, you kind of start putting those puzzle pieces together, and it points you down some roads. And
Oh, yeah.
you know, like we get asked all the time, well, why did it, you know, why now? Why now? Why now? Because someone's trying to bring us up to speed as fast as possible. Why
Yeah.
is that? Because there's something that's going to happen that they can't just whitewash.
Right.
And, you know, it's going to do one of two things. It's going to cause us to see the world just, you know, sparkly, brand new, and wow, this is amazing, or it's going to rip us into pieces socially. That's your alternative. And that's the one that a lot of people are afraid of.
I think there's going to be a lot of people who won't be able to comprehend it,
Right.
Mhm.
especially
Right.
the people who are so set in their ways that they just refuse to see anything any other direction.
Yeah, absolutely. I absolutely agree with that. We got Ike, the Falcon Lake Incident, 1967. Stephen Michalak, remember that one? Claimed to have been burned by radiation. He had the marks on his chest. I know you guys remember this. Encountered a UFO while prospecting near Falcon Lake, Canada. Yep, that's one of the ones that was actually, I'm pretty sure, studied. And there's a lot of these. You know, that's the thing. People don't seem to either want to believe that or what have you. Hey, guys, I will bring this up because I found it interesting. And this falls right in the wheelhouse of, you know, the whole thing. Cattle mutilations are back in the news.
Yes, yeah.
What's your feeling on that one, guys?
Well, it's interesting that they pop up about every decade. They'll go away for a bit and then they'll come back.
Just like crop circles, same thing.
And they don't start like one at a time. They're like hundreds within a year have been reported, and then they just go away.
Yeah, it kind of seems like they happen, and then there's this period where they get reported more. You know, that's kind of what it seems like. Dude, what's your take on it? I know what my take on the whole thing is, but I'd like to hear another UFO guy talk about
A
it.
UFO.
Yeah.
Well, it's possible. You know, I've never experienced one myself, you know, but it's
Yeah.
very possible. You know, they are they're experimenting with our farm animals, you know, and
Mhm.
probably humans too, you know, just to kind of see what is going on. You know, I don't know if they evidently they don't. They're just getting parts of them, you know, the eyeballs or the tongue, you know.
Yep.
Leaving the rest of them laying. I don't know what what they could be using those for, unless there's some kind of a chemical they get out of them, maybe, or
Right.
a mineral. I have no idea, but it is weird.
It is definitely weird. There's a lot of people who absolutely say, and it could definitely be something, you know, extraterrestrial or what have you that's doing this. If it is, I don't think it's our garden variety guys. You know, that doesn't seem to be their MO. But there's also that possibility that it's there. You know, someone's using that as a cover story because it's nice and convenient, and they can hide behind it and do these tests, possibly, you know, testing for something on these animals. You know, who knows? I know that a great deal of these happened, you know, during the Cold War, and then
Happened on Skinwalker Ranch too.
they always happen on Skinwalker Ranch.
Oh yeah.
But you know, and now here they're happening again. You know, so it makes me just wonder. It's like, you know, it's weird because you're thinking, well, are they testing those particular spots on the animal? Are they trying to see, you know, does that possibly hold trace of radiation more? I don't know. It makes you wonder if there's some kind of tests that are going on from the old boys who are, one of those 3-letter agencies. You just never know.
Never know.
No, you don't. And it's the whole black helicopter thing, And I'm sure we'll be hearing a lot more about that again, too, because it all comes in circles, like you guys just said.
Mm-hmm.
We haven't heard black helicopters really mentioned since like the 90s, really, not heavily. So, they're out there, but you don't hear it as much. And a true black helicopter, by the way, for those who don't know, those happened or tended to happen around the early cattle mutilation and animal mutilation incidents. But these things were usually silent. So were they helicopters? That's another thing. Now that we know that these things may be able to make us see whatever we want, were they helicopters? Makes you think, doesn't it?
I don't know how they would make a helicopter be silent.
Well, there's actually stealth
Well, we
helicopter
can.
programs. Yes.
They can?
Yes. They've worked. Yes.
Little black chopper that Metro Nashville police had there for a while. Yeah, it'd come up on behind you in a heartbeat, and you wouldn't even know it.
Huh.
Yep.
I seen it demonstrated several times at the fairgrounds. We put on a first responder show, and they brought the helicopter out. Yeah, he'd fly around and come up behind you, and you never even know it. He's by you before you even know it.
Wow. Yeah, they were.
I don't think it's by you, you can hear it, but front approach, dead silent.
Yep, that's how they were designing them. These were, I believe, they started working on those around Vietnam era, if I remember correctly, because they were trying to. They had some ingenious ideas, man. They had like periscopes that were in the middle of the section of the rotor where they would, come up and hover over the tree lines and spy, But then they developed drones. They don't need any of that stuff anymore. But you could definitely, there was a stealth helicopter program for sure. What do we got? Any last questions, guys? We're getting I know I'm getting a little tired. I bet Dewey is too.
Yeah.
You're fine.
My daughter wanted me to share something with you. One of my
Share.
Nothing to do with the Bell Witch, and nothing to do with UFOs. But
what you got?
Back in my early days of ghost hunting, I wasn't really what you call ghost hunting. We just get out and ride around and look for spooky stuff, And we'd hear about something, we'd go check it out or whatever, so and so. Anyway, there was one off of old Highway 31W between Franklin, Kentucky, and between Orlando and Cross Plains, Tennessee. And it was off the old roadbed. It was an old stone arch bridge that was probably back in the days of Civil War, probably went across it. But there was supposedly back several years ago, this woman had run off the road, and the road was flooded, and she ran off, and she lost her car. Went off into the water. It turned over. Supposedly the car cut her head off, while it was tumbling, whatever,
Wow.
And they recovered her in the car, but not her head. So the rumor or the legend behind this was you could park on this bridge at midnight and just sit there and wait, and you could see her walking up a creek bank looking for her head. Now, how does a body without eyes look for a head? I have no idea. But anyway, that was the legend. So we wasn't putting any logic into it at the time, And I think I may have been 18 years old or something like that. We'd get out and drink a few, get out and ride around, And don't do this at home, kids. But anyway, we
Back before there were laws for
we
that.
went there the first time I went there, and I said, we're sitting there on the bridge, and the guy says, you got to turn your headlights off. And I said, what? Yeah, you got to turn your headlights off. She won't show up if you leave the headlights on. So I turned the headlights off and left the car running. He says, no, you got to shut the engine off too. I said, what? Well, you don't leave me stranded here? I'm not sure if my car will even start or not. So anyway, we're sitting there, and I had one hand on the gas. One foot on the gas, one on the brake, one hand on the gear shift, and one on the ignition switch. I was ready to go. And somebody hollered, "There she is!" I never looked. All legs and arms went into motion. And I took off. Never even looked. I went up the road a little bit and turned around and come back. And somebody says, "Let's go back there." So We got a little courage up and went back and sitting there, We're saying you can see something, and he said, what guy told me, he says, as long as you're on a bridge, you're safe. I says, has anybody told her this? I mean, you're telling me this, but did she know it? So anyway, we're sitting there, sure enough, we see something come from the creek bank, and it's like a mist, like a white mist, and it just kind of just coming around the little bends of the creek and all, and then it gets pretty close, and I could tell that it's got the shape of a person.
Oh, wow.
And that's as close as I let it come. It was probably maybe 50 or 60 feet from a car or whatever, and I gave her a shower of gravel and got out of there,
Oh,
We went back several
wow.
times after that and never seen a thing. We'd get out,
Wow.
we'd even get out on a bridge and stand there, but we never did see anything after that. But that's the last time. That was, and I talked to one of my friends years and years ago, and she told me, she gave me the woman's name and all. She remembered the wreck happening,
Yeah.
But I don't know if I'd ever look at it, find it or not, but she supposedly lost her head in that thing. But anyway, my daughter had something on there about me to talk about that, So.
Oh, that's amazing. Yeah, absolutely. Any of those stories, you're more than welcome to share those. I think the audience loves that stuff. I know we do.
I had some friends who went up to the hill where Mamie Thurman's ghost supposedly is, and they actually sent me a picture of something that looks like a white human, pure white person standing on the side of the road, and it had the shape, it looked like a dress, and you could see the hair and stuff on it. I wish I could find that picture.
Wow.
They took it on an old digital camera around like 2005 or so.
Wow. That's impressive, man.
Yeah.
And that really is impressive.
I wish I could find that picture of that ghost, with the Confederate ghost we made at Shiloh. I mean, it was so real looking. I mean, I could have swore it was a reenactor.
Reenactor. Yeah.
But it was probably maybe 50, 60 yards, up the road a little bit, kind of in a little bend. But you could plainly tell there was somebody there,
Wow.
Ones that I love the most, the best Civil War ghost stories, in my opinions, are the ones where people hear drum lines in the middle of the night.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Or see the whole line. There's been a few of those.
Dog,
Yes. I know there was a couple of early, I've heard reports from up around Droop Mountain battlefield that like a Phantom Regiment kind of thing going on in that area too. I've been there, but I've never actually got anything from there. But I never really tried either, and I think that probably matters, as far as it goes. It does seem like, though, usually when I'm not trying, that's when I do get stuff, to be honest. But I think we're all kind of like that, and when we're not looking, is when we find.
Gettysburg has a lot of stuff like that.
Oh yeah.
There's actually a field out there that belonged to a farmer, and they hired some local people to bury all the bodies. And supposedly a lot of those bodies are still buried there, and a lot of them aren't marked.
Oh, wow.
Because they don't know who they are. They just threw them all in like these big pits, basically.
That's crazy. Mass graves, yeah.
Yeah.
Teresa said a bunch of my friends were reenactors, and in their handbook on the second page it mentions you might see or hear unexplained stuff.
Yeah.
Hey, full disclosure, right? I mean, that's
Sometimes I could see how those would trigger something. Have people that's dressed just like you doing exactly what you did. Yeah.
Yep. I could totally see that. I mean, absolutely could see that. We actually live in an area where there were quite a bit of Civil War stories. And I've never really tried to do anything as far as around here, because I'm one of those people who thinks that you go knocking, sometimes the door don't close. And I'm good with it being where it's at right now. We have a little bit of things, but nothing big.
I like to go talk to some of the businesses around Scary Creek and ask them if they have anything going on.
Oh, you know it. Ridge too far.
It's another one of my books. This guy was amazing. He grew up just outside of Adams, or actually right across the creek from the Bell Witch Farm, the John Bell Farm.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and he went into the battle, and he'd come up through the ranks real quick. He went to Fort Donelson.
Uh-huh.
He'd come up through the ranks real quick, and he got promoted to colonel. He got wounded, and they thought he was going to be all right. He got shot in the left knee, and anyway, they was going to take his leg off, and he wouldn't let him. He knew his career would be over and everything. So anyway, they if he even lived through the surgery,
Yeah.
and they anyway, the paperwork was on Jefferson Davis' desk to make him brigadier general, and he passed away just a couple of days before it was actually done. So
Oh, wow.
it was it's one of my he's one of my heroes, Colonel Cyrus Sugg. We put a iron cross up at his grave the other day, a while back, and he's got 2 brothers buried there, and one more, but he's had 4 of those brothers in the war at the same time. And same way with my great grandfather. He had him, and he had 3 brothers that served. They all went to Fort Donelson. Just luckily, my great grandfather, he was helping build the fort, and then making them sleep on the ground till they got the barracks and all built. And he developed pneumonia, and they sent him home the day before the battle. So he never would have survived a prisoner of war camp in his condition.
Yeah. Yeah.
Just luckily they sent him home, or I wouldn't be here.
Wow. Think about that. That's, one of those things, just a little thing that changes history.
Yeah.
Unbelievable. If you really get down into that, it gets a little crazy.
I've always wondered what would happen if you went back and actually did something, and it changed the whole course of history.
Yeah. Yeah.
Have you ever read this? I think Stephen King.
Which one?
112263.
Oh yeah.
About John Kennedy. But this guy went back in history twice to try to
Ended up making it worse.
Stop the assassination. It kept getting worse and worse and worse. Yeah, but it's a great book.
I love it. It was a good show too.
It's like a 7-hour listen to on audiobook or something like that. It's a long one.
Oh,
but it is a great book. It's great.
Wow. What are you guys over there chatting about? I'm seeing a little bit of stuff. Looks like, Pat was saying he's not going to be, he's not looking for anything, basically. He has no need to see dead people.
I never felt really needed, to really see them, but this kind of looked me up.
Yeah, right. Sometimes you don't have the choice, man.
Exactly.
It just happens, And that's a good point that was brought up right there by complete accident. How do people see these things? Like, why do they see these things? Are we actually seeing, or again, is it some kind of energy that's manipulating, our brain to the point to where we're witnessing what it wants us to see? Again, you can't say yay or nay. That's because we do know that we're dealing with something that has energy and gives off energy. That's been kind of proven at this point.
It's interesting to me because it seems like a lot of the times the ghosts want you to see them, or they specifically want one person out of a group of people to see them.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that is true, right?
You can see them if they want you to see them.
Yeah.
Right. And that goes in with the whole line of, well, if I focus my energy real hard and just at you, then you're the one who's going to see me,
It's been my philosophy that everything operates at a frequency,
Yeah.
So either their frequency is either higher or lower than ours.
Yep.
And they actually lower their frequency or raise it to our range where we can actually see them, Anything out of that range you can't see, So.
Oh, I agree. Absolutely. I think that it has everything to do with frequency. And I think if we could figure that out, buddy, we've not only figured out, how some portals work, we figured out how a lot of things that people consider paranormal works. I again, don't know how we could ever do that, but there are many, many stories of that. And I think that you could use a form of technology at some point to produce those effects.
Yeah.
And that is very interesting to me, because it really does throw in a lot of what ifs, doesn't it? Because now we're dealing with, this intelligence. Well, is that really what it is? Or is that intelligence picking up on, something was there? Or is that really who that was, so to speak? I don't think a lot of times there's always these mimicking things too that make us think that that's what some of this stuff is, those people who take it for granted that this is 100% this. I don't think so.
I think Tesla was onto something, because we all know he was interested in that stuff. He wrote about that, and the way that he would pump electricity in the ground. I wonder if he stumbled onto something.
Well,
The FBI went in after he died and took all of his documents.
yeah,
There's almost none of those that survive to this day.
no, they did, and I think they survived. But I think
Publicly survived.
right,
They're hidden very well.
they're hidden very well, and I think Donald Eastland got some of those patents when he went to work and in Gakona, Alaska, and came up with a way to get rid of that that oil. But anyway, I'll not go down that rabbit hole. But I think that Tesla's main thing was he was very interested in frequency, like Dewey said. I think a lot of this stuff works on frequency. I think Tesla figured that out. He was working with resonant frequencies. And as for what you had said, many people say this. The government came in and took his files after he died. Yes, they did. They did. And I've often wondered and kind of posed the question of, well, did they steal them, or was that part of the plan? He was in a very nice penthouse. That's where he spent the last days. Was in a very,
even
very.
though he was penniless.
Yeah. And before that, that was the whole death beam thing. That was his last ditch effort, was that the death beam. And of course, the legend goes that it didn't happen. Well, maybe it did. Maybe that's why he was there. Maybe they let him pursue his technology as long as he shared it,
Yeah.
And we're going to set you up in this nice little hotel. You got the penthouse. You can do whatever you want. Talk to your pigeons. We don't care. But anything you make, it's ours.
The pigeons.
Yeah,
Do you
the
think
pigeons.
maybe Westinghouse was paying for it?
I honestly, I don't know. I think that J.P.
It was
Morgan.
definitely not Edison.
No. J.P. Morgan had a lot going on with this. Yeah, it was a lot of J.P. Morgan stuff, and
Morgan.
yeah, exactly. And I think if you trace those names and you see where they ended up at, you mentioned Westinghouse, of course. Think about that, and you're going to be pointed into some of these military contracts later on, et cetera, and you see where this can go. So yeah, I think that there's a very good possibility that that they weren't stolen as much as they were just their property to begin with. And Dewey has something there that is an old. What you got there?
This is my first attempt at building a Tesla car.
Oh.
Laugh.
Oh my goodness! Look at that.
But it took hours to wind this car up.
Yeah.
I'd
It's got
say.
a little breadboard. It's got a little breadboard in it, and it's it.
Oh wow! Is that solid? Is that solid state, Dewey?
And it run off. Yeah, it's solid state. It run off a. It's got an oscillator circuit to oscillate back and forth. Anyway, I thought I'm gonna put a little more power behind it because the 9-volt battery would last maybe 3 minutes. And it pulls them 500 and something volts on the top of that thing up there. But anyway, I thought, well, I'm gonna double it up. It had a 9-volt battery. I'm gonna put 3 of these 1, 2, 3 batteries together, and it's still 9-volt, but it's a lot more amperage.
Yeah.
I put it in and got it working. I was gonna check it out, and it'll light up a fluorescent light bulb on a tube you buy. But anyway, all of a sudden it smoked. The transistor smoked on it.
Transistor got
Gosh.
fried.
I put a little bit more, too much power into it. So I'm gonna go back through it one of my rainy days and rebuild it again.
I got one. I got one. I got to rebuild too,
it did-
man.
It didn't do enough EMF as like I thought it would. You know?
Oh, it didn't.
No, it didn't. That's what I was looking for. Was
Huh.
an alternative to an EMF pump. You know?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
It didn't. It didn't have enough to it to really fool the trouble, really.
Wow.
But it
I
was
think my
fun for
favorite
me.
picture of Tesla is him sitting in that chair reading by one of his giant testicles.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Oh, it's a great picture. That's great. Great picture. I'm sure a lot of experts today on the internet will tell you it's photoshopped or it's AI generated, but it's real. It happened. I've got one that needs to be redone too. My, I think it was if I remember correctly, it was there's a power regulator, and I can't remember, track maybe. I can't remember which one it was that got fried on mine. And when you make those coils, I tell people when they make them, insulate it, spray it, whatever you can to make sure that it doesn't arc back. But when you think you've done enough, just do it some more.
Yeah.
Yeah, do
It's
some more.
very tricky to wind one of them. Man. It
Yes, sir.
took a little while.
Madness is what that is. But can you imagine some of the ones that Tesla did, winding that stuff by hand? That's just blows my mind. And someone had talked about. I was reading a thing not too long ago where someone was talking about Tesla. Dewey, you'll love this. They said that he couldn't have did some of the stuff he did because some of the components didn't exist. But yeah, he did. He invented how those components work. Those components exist because of some of the stuff that he did.
Oh
I mean,
yeah.
I mean, the man made saltwater capacitors. I mean, saltwater capacitors, guys. I mean, if you've ever done that, you know what I'm talking about. And if you haven't, look it up because it's pretty remarkable that he lived. That's all I'm going to say. He lived into his 90s, and it's remarkable that he made it that far because
Yeah.
it's easy to kill yourself with that stuff.
Yeah.
He really knew what he was doing.
Oh, yeah, he did. He fully understood it.
Or get suicided with somebody.
Bingo. There's that too, right? Yeah, you just never know. What we got? If I find Civil War gold, it's getting holy water bath and sage smudging and sold as soon as possible.
Yeah. Tell me about it.
There you go, Pat. That seems like a good idea, actually. Yeah.
Take it out of state and sell it. Yeah.
There was a big, at one time, I don't remember where it was, but it was somewhere around here. There was a whole legend of a lost stagecoach full of gold at one point.
Better
Civil War.
gold. Yeah.
I think that was the story, if I remember correctly. It's been forever ago. But, yeah, that's, somebody finds that, man, you ain't gonna know. Let's just put it that way.
Exactly.
You ain't gonna find out. I'm not gonna tell anybody.
I think the story was they were trying to get it in Richmond before Richmond was taken over by the Union. They
Is
were
that what it
trying to
was?
get to, like
Yeah.
Georgia or something.
Oh, okay.
They got lost somewhere down there.
That makes sense, actually. Makes a lot of sense. Well, aside from UFOs and Bell Witch, anyone has any more questions out there, go ahead and pop them in here. I know we still got a pretty good house full of people here. We're going to keep rolling. We're at least going to go until our time on the last one, if everybody's good with that. That was... I think that was 3:30, if I remember correctly. We went for 3.5 hours. Is that what 3:32?
I think
All right.
it was, yeah.
All right, we're going to go for 3:35. Let's see. Let's break that record
You up
too.
for it, Brandon?
Can you do it,
Sure.
Brandon? Huh?
Or the kids are asleep.
Oh, okay then. Cool. Let's do it. Well, let me check the time exact. I'm pretty sure that we're right though. And we picked up some new subs along the way. Thank you guys for subscribing. Thank you
we
very
did.
much. I just went over and checked that. So, yeah, thanks, guys. If you like to see this, remember we do have an actual podcast. It's the recorded version, and it drops every Friday around noon or so is when I usually drop it. And you can listen to the audio version around midnight tonight, as long as I scheduled it right. So we'll see if I did. Sometimes I do.
Oh, Dewey, this hasn't been brought up at all tonight, I think. Have you guys found out anything new about LBL recently?
We haven't been back lately. I've been having a few health issues, and I think Martin has too. He's been sick too. And hopefully, we're going to try to get back there maybe the next week. I'm hoping. I was going to try to shoot to go yesterday, but he had some other stuff going on with it, insurance on his house or something. But we didn't get to go. But hopefully next week, weather straightens up. We're going to go back into it a little more.
Oh boy,
that's good.
So you guys going to try to find that cemetery?
Yeah, we're going to try to. Yeah, it's going to be fun to get to. Every road getting back to it. But yeah, we may have to just get out and arm up and walk. But
bring a dirt bike.
Everybody out there, give yourself a big round of applause right now. You literally smashed our chat message for a live. You've almost hit 400 at this point. Keep going, and you're going to hit it. And that's remarkable as far as interaction goes. That really puts us out there further, by the way. The algorithm picks us up and shows it to more people, and more people get to see this. So, yeah, we're doing really good. Real-time views, around 106, it looks like, at this point. So, very grateful to every single one who has done that. Yeah, I mentioned the regular podcast this week. We're doing, what was it, Brandon? Do you remember? We recorded a week in advance. And I cannot remember this week's. It's the Bigfoot episode.
Advancements in Bigfoot.
Yeah.
Research.
Yeah, the advancement in Bigfoot. The advancements in Bigfoot research is going to be a really good podcast if you're interested in, looking at some of the more, I guess, recent possible evidence, or where we're going to be going with this. It's kind of like an update. We do one every year that kind of shows the state of things, and we talk about future tech that may be employed into it. Let's see. Pab said it was 327 was our old record. I thought it was 330 something too. Maybe one of us has missing time there.
I was thinking 322, but
yeah, I bet that was it then.
Could be 3 minutes of missing time or whatever.
I know, right? It doesn't surprise me though. Doesn't surprise me at all.
Do you think the Roswell crash had anything to do with this new top secret radar that the government was coming out with? They just happened to set it off that day, and it's the real low frequency radar, and we got these two crashes there at Roswell.
Yeah.
One a few on the other side of the mountain, but I read somewhere where they said these two spaceships had got. I wish I could find that site again. Two spaceships had actually bumped together and bounced off and went into different time warps.
Oh, I haven't seen that one.
One landed 30-something years later. By our time. So I hadn't found that. I hadn't found that reference since, but
Yeah, I hadn't heard that one.
bumped together, and I reckon went down two different wormholes. Evidently, one landed on Earth. Well, both of them was on Earth. One of them was
Different times.
later. So
Yeah.
it's been a long wormhole.
I don't think people realize, Dewey, how many crashes there have been.
They've got no idea.
It's hundreds. They were literally talking about that on that documentary on the whatever it was called, Accidental Truth. It's hundreds, and anyone who read Trinity, that crash material that Valet has had analyzed out in California at some of the labs. I mean, I don't know how many was in it. There was like 20 or 30 some mentioned just in it. It's hundreds. It's hundreds. And, what's the odds that none of those are what we think they are?
Right, yeah.
The odds are actually more in favor of it being something rather than it not being at this point.
Right.
You know. But and, you know, they brought up a really good point, and the point being that, well, what about, you know, this so-called alien technology? Well, how would we know it was alien? I mean, we wouldn't.
Yeah, exactly.
I think that's the biggest issue with this whole alien thing, guys. You know, everybody's looking for this smoking gun thing that says it's alien. Well, how do you? I mean, you don't know what that is. You can't say that's what it is because you don't have a reference point. You know, what is an alien at this point, you know? And I think that that's one of the loopholes, convenient, isn't it, that that they're hiding behind with a lot of this stuff as well. What is it? Ike said, we just had Mandela effect. We're creating our own, bud. That's right. We're all from a different timeline. And yes, Scott Danny Matthew McConaughey has blessed the stream. That is correct, Pat. Absolutely. We know. And beings capable of interdimensional or interstellar travel crash into each other. Yep. I guess, I mean, these things can happen. You know, all possibilities. Everything's possible. So, you know, quantum mechanics right there.
Yeah, they're going to need a quantum mechanic after that.
That was good, Brandon. That was good. Oh man, that was priceless.
Mandela effect.
Yeah, Mandela
I got
effect.
a picture I need to send you that I got somewhere. I've got to save it on my computer. It's the Berenstain Bears
Yeah,
spelled both ways.
spelled both ways.
They're two different books by the same author, but it's spelled two different ways.
For the love of heaven, please find that for me. That's the smoking gun, man. That's it right there. I mean, I'm just saying, as far as it goes, the Mandela effect, you guys know how I feel about this. I mean, I think that people just don't remember things sometimes.
Sometimes, yeah.
Sometimes. You heard me say sometimes. I put a qualifier on there. But again, it's like the UFO thing. We only need one to be true, right? That's literally it. We only need one to be true. But most of them I can kind of explain away. But boy, there was one that was brought up last night at the paranormal discussion group that really made me question things. And that was the whole Richard Simmons thing. Anybody heard this one yet?
Richard Simmons.
You remember Richard
yeah,
Simmons?
the headband. Yeah.
Yeah. Did Richard Simmons have a headband? Do you remember him with a headband?
Oh yeah, I definitely do. Yeah.
Do we?
It's always color coordinated too. Remember that.
Uh-huh.
Seems like I do remember him having one, Bubba.
Uh-huh. Okay. Now here's the thing. Here's the weird part. I remember it both ways. But apparently there's only one way. And he didn't have a headband. He had no headband. So I'm trying to figure out where I saw this person with the headband that obviously was around the same time, had to be around the same time, because that's what caused the confusion. It has to be. It has to be. Yeah.
One that got me was the Pillsbury Doughboy never having a blue hat.
Yeah, he didn't have a blue hat.
That one,
No.
I swear I remember that being part of the...
No. And I can tell you where that came from. The package. Remember the poppin' package? It was like a blue foil material. See, it's just, you know, a lot of times it's just us remembering things crooked. And then someone just has to kind of suggest things, you know, and all of a sudden, boom, there it is.
What do you think about the Stay Puft Marshmallow guy, maybe?
Yeah.
He had a
Yeah.
blue hat or not?
Yeah, that's right. Did he? Hang on. No, he didn't. Did he? I don't think. All right. Either he did or there was a tag that was blue. Maybe he did have a blue hat. with a white
Nope,
tag.
he did not have a blue hat.
It wasn't then. See how easy that is?
Not a
Yeah,
bobblehead, but
He had a white sailor's hat on with like a blue
Yes,
vest.
Yeah.
blue vest.
yeah, okay, yeah, that's right.
Yep, that's right. See, it's easy to do that stuff.
Remember that off of Ghostbusters, shouldn't I?
Well, according to the theory, though, Dewey, we wouldn't because, it was changed, and now everything would have changed. So, Ike was signing out. Good night, Ike. Thanks
Good night,
for being
Ike.
here, brother. Thank you so much. He did not have a headband. You're correct. My mom made me watch his videos the year I was homeschooled as a PE class. You would know, buddy. You would know.
Well, that's inhumane torture, wouldn't you say
Oh
so?
my gosh. Geez, did you learn anything?
You could be arrested for that these days, couldn't you?
Right. That's psychological, man. That is psychological torture is what that is right there. Oh, geez. Let's check their stats here real quick. Dewey, speaking of the whole Mandela effect thing and whatnot, have you ever encountered anything remotely, I guess what you would consider to be possibly extra dimensional, like I wouldn't say an apparition so much, but something that kind of just didn't quite fit in that you just knew shouldn't be there?
The only thing I can remember right off the bat was back years ago. I used to smoke. I didn't smoke in the house.
Hmm?
I smoked outside in the yard on the front porch. And I went out one night. It was pretty late in the night to smoke a cigarette, and I just happened to just lit it up and turned around and looked, and the whole yard, front yard and the side yard, were just swirling. Just like it looked
wow.
like a paisley print is what it looked like on the ground, but they were all swirling. And I thought, what in the world is this? I look up, look at the light, and it's all centered kind of underneath this security light. And I hadn't seen them before the bulb in them, the gas would get low in the bulb, and they would swirl.
Yeah.
Get put up out on the ground, but it wasn't anything like that. And I just kept looking. I thought, well, even the shadow behind the pole, back behind the pole, the shadow was actually swirling too, which ruled out the light completely.
Mm-hmm.
It was a shadow back there. So I looked at it for a little while, and I thought, I'm going to get Dolores to go check this out, And I almost stepped off in the yard, and I thought, no, I'm not going to get off in this. I don't know and I don't know where I'd ended up at. I may have ended up in the Bell Witch Cave from, I know, if I stepped off in it. But I went to get her, and I come back, and went after with her, and it was just, everything was back to normal. But that was one of the weirdest things I'd had happen,
Yeah.
I always had the impression that there's either a portal or maybe a Native American burial ground there.
Mhm.
A little curve of a little creek, and perfect place for a burial ground.
Yeah.
And when my wife's uncle come over several years ago, we had to put in a new septic system to get a permit to build my garage. And another government deal. But anyway, he come out, he put the system in for me, and he was out and he dug the lines to we had to pump the water from the septic, from the water tank up on top of the hill. It's probably several hundred feet away, and we had to go up the hill. And I got a bunch of made pictures. I thought, I'm going to see reference where all these ditches are, where I know where this pipe is, years to come. I got landmarks, so
Yeah.
I might made pictures, and there's one dogwood tree. I made a picture of, use it for the reference, and 2 or 3 different pictures. I took them back in the house. I got to looking at them later on, and one of them's got this smoky, like a stream of smoke coming out of the top of the tree. It's weird looking, And it's not a reflection or anything. It's just,
Oh, wow.
And I sent it off to let some guy analyze it for me. And he runs some kind of a ghost, one of the first ghost groups I ever got hooked up with online. He's passed away now. But he said that was what he called well-defined spirit energy pattern. He said it had to be a strong pattern because it was out in daylight. You know, it was out. And it was very highly visible. You know,
Mm-hmm.
but just right up under it by that tree. You know, and I thought, he dug a line down by that tree and then went up the hill with it. You know, and I thought, did he go through a grave? I mean, did he disturb something? You know, so I don't know.
Wow.
It was kind of a.
Yeah, that's wild. And that's almost like those old.
Picture and send to you. I've got that one saved. I know.
Yeah, I want to see that. That's almost like those the stories, the glitches in the Matrix kind of things that you hear people talking more about. And honestly, I'm more impressed with that kind of stuff than I am the whole Mandela effect, because I can explain it kind of more just because of a occasional hiccup in space time or dimensional reality or whatever. The whole Mandela thing, I don't get, because I don't see how we can remember, two things. I know what they say. It's like, once you're there, I guess you take the knowledge with you, so to speak, from that universe. But that's not typically how it works, right? I mean, typically if that timeline ends, then that's it. That timeline's over. You're zip. It's gone. You shouldn't remember that. So, yeah, I don't know. I can't really wrap my head around that one. But time travel is just weird. Dimensional travel in general is weird. That's why they do it better than us. But the whole glitch thing is really really fascinating to me. And what you mentioned, that kind of swirling of the fog or what have you, to make it, or the light. That's reported in other things. I've actually witnessed something very similar to that at one point. And actually at 2 points, I've had some weird fog. And every time something very strange has happened.
Have you ever had an out-of-body experience?
Multiple times. I've got books here, actually. I researched that for almost 5 years in the 90s.
I woke up one night.
Yeah.
And it was back, I'd say probably back in the early 80s.
Mm-hmm.
But something was pulling at my stomach, near my navel, just like they had a claw or something dug in it and was pulling. It hurt. It hurt like it woke me up. I just happened to look down, because it was in the summer. It was in the summertime. We're just sleeping with just a sheet. Or just out from under a sheet actually. And I had to look down, and it was just green, this real bright fluorescent green cord out of my stomach down across the foot of the bed, and I looked. And I could see myself at the foot of the bed at the same time. This cord connected both of us together, And you talking about being terrified. That's probably the most scared I've ever been in my life.
Hey, Dewey, there's somebody here. I want you to tell how this ended, okay? This is important. Because I already know how it ended.
Oh.
You haven't told me the story, but I know how it ended.
Yeah.
I know what you did.
So anyway, I'm laying there, and I'm afraid to move. I thought, if I move and this cord breaks, do I die? Do one of us go away? Is this thing come to take me? I have no idea, Yeah. And I'm laying there, I can't hardly breathe, just scared. And it just kept pulling and pulling and pulling, and finally I just kind of just closed my eyes, and just kind of, just laid there a little bit, and I opened my eyes up, and all of a sudden the pain went away and it was gone, I mean, it was scary. I talked to my aunt about it. She was big into the paranormal stuff. But anyway, she told me that they mentioned the silver cord. Bible, silver cord, And she said, and she told me, she said, I don't know. Possibly you could have died if you broke the cord. I don't know.
Yeah.
But it was I didn't know what to do. I was standing there, just laying there and just ready to move,
There are many, 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 many reports of silver cord, different color cords. I never saw that. I never had that. The only color that really emanated from, and the body in general, when I was out, was more of a goldish color, and that lit up literally everything. The room, everywhere I was at. The only time that I actually could see myself as a physical form was when I had gone into, the rest of the world, whatever I was at, whatever dimension or what have you. But, I have detailed logs of that stuff. I mean, I literally did that and experimented with it forever. I used, actually, I still have them. They were right here. Oh, well, I must have moved them. A pair of goggles that I actually made that had a 555 timer in it, and you could adjust the speed, and, it did one of those alternating things. And if you dialed it just right, you start feeling really relaxed. And then I had a biofeedback monitor running at the same time. And I know you remember this. Back in the day, Radio Shack sold a little galvanic skin response lie detectors.
Yeah.
Remember those?
Mm-hmm.
Best biofeedback relaxation device ever made, as far as I'm concerned. If you used it right, you just dialed that thing up, and you just literally had to relax. If you relaxed yourself enough, you could stop that sound, because it had like a little click, 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 and it would turn into a buzz eventually. So you would reverse that. And I got to the point where I could literally just turn that off by thinking about it. And typically when that happened, I would be in the right state at that point for this to happen and for it to induce. So yeah, I learned how to induce those, and then the weird stuff started happening after that. And I always, yeah, huh?
So it turned into a buzz.
Oh yeah, it turned into it turned into more of a vibration. And the vibration started to oscillate up and down the body, and then it was a physical shake. It felt like literally like somebody had a jackhammer at the back of my skull. That's what it felt like. And then the next thing I know, the first one, I'm out and bouncing around on the ceiling. It's your typical story, but I never really thought it was completely real until I did it one time with a friend of mine. I didn't do it with. I did it to visit a friend of mine, and they in this state. I walked over to the door to put my hand on the door, and I just went through the door, and it's all very real, and it's not like what you think. You'll hear these people talk about, how you'll see the whole depiction of the ghost just walking through the wall. There's a resistance to it, and it's mild, but there's a resistance. So when I went in, I looked around. The room's lit with this bluish white light. It's really coming from me. And I look down and I see this bag over on the corner, and I take note of that. And I try to say something, and then I just snap back into the body and slam into the body, actually. It was a couple days later, I went over to this person's house, and they had just got that particular bag. And there it was. To me, that verified not only was I in out of body, or remotely out of body anyway, consciousness, but I was in the same exact reality. You see, it was interesting, and that led to many, 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 many more experiments and experiences, and it culminated with quite a bit of information, 5 years worth of data, actually. Yeah, it was intense. It was some crazy stuff, but I also believe that may have been, one of the catalysts for a few other things that happened, because I believe that was, when contact was initiated as well, as far as that goes. So I don't know. All I'm going to say is, if you're getting into it, understand it's a deep subject. And there's a lot of research out there on it that really validates it at this point too.
My granddaughter was, she was maybe a year and a half old.
Mm-hmm.
They lived with us for a while. Her daddy was in the military, and he was stationed overseas. They lived with us. Well, he come back, and they transferred him to Fort Lewis, Washington, up near Seattle, and they ended up moving up there. Of course, I had been around Lily since the day she was born, just about, and it just tore me all to pieces, because they were moving away, and several hours away. I couldn't just get in the car and drive and go see them,
Yeah.
So anyway, Dolores went out there several times. I had to work. I had a crazy work schedule. I couldn't hardly get off work to go. I did get to go one time, but anyway, it was. I got to studying on astral projection, astral travel. So,
Yeah.
see, I might be able to do that maybe. And I read all these books on it. And well, I got to get relaxed real good and all this kind of stuff. I went through all this mind stuff, getting relaxed. And I always fell asleep. I get so relaxed, I fall asleep.
It's the hard part, brother.
So I dreamed that I was in this swing in a school playground, big old long chains on it, and I'm swinging, back and forth, getting higher and higher. And about the time I start to go over the top, as high as it can go, I leap out and landed at their apartment in Puyallup, Washington. And it was like a dream to me. I mean, but I went in, went to Lily's bedroom, and we played. There was I forgot what game it was we played now. Played hide and seek. There was something else we played. Read a book to her. And, but anyway, and then the next thing I know, I jump awake, and I'm in bed, I jump awake, and so that didn't help none. I miss her even more now, because, just like I just. So anyway, I went to work the next morning. My daughter called me. She says, Lenny was asking about you this morning. And I said, she was. I said, yes. She wanted to know where you were at. Told her, said, well, he's at home. And she said, no. He was here with me last night. Said we read a book and played, and he was here. So, well, it actually happened, evidently.
Yep. Bingo.
I needed,
Yep. Bingo. Exactly, man. And I think that's what it takes. It takes that little bit of a confirmation, because once I got that confirmation, I'm like, wait a minute, this is real.
Yeah.
And, it was after that, I just started like really doing deep dives into it. I kept detailed logs and whatnot. And, I stayed in there. I would do it literally every night. I would do that. And I'll tell you another funny story. I've talked about it a couple times on the podcast, not a lot, but one of the funniest parts about it, at the time it wasn't funny, but it's funny now. I was literally in, I think it was health class. And we had that in a big gym, actually. And it was the gym teacher who had to teach it, and he absolutely hated it. But I was in health class, and I was sitting there about half asleep, man. And the teacher's like, hey, wait a minute, come up here. I'm like, oh, okay. So I go up there. He's like, everything all right, son? I'm like, yeah, everything's good. Everything's cool. He's like, everything all right at home? I'm like, yeah, it's all good, man. It's all good. He's like, well, what's going on? I'm like, oh, I'm just really tired. Now, what I didn't tell you, well, this guy thought I was nuts anyway, because he's the one who always caught me drawing little gray aliens and stuff. So, he probably figured it out later. But the funny thing is, and I don't know if it's funny, if it's just pathetic, but when I was doing these experiments, it was more real over there, Dewey, than this is what I'm trying to say. You wanted to literally at one point spend more time there.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah.
It became an obsession. And, it was after that I started noticing the shadow figures. And then the spontaneous out-of-body experiences have started happening. That's when things got real weird. And that's hard to explain. I'm sure there's a lot of people who understand it now, but then it was, to me, it was just an out-of-body experience. But I'm not controlling it. Who is? What's going on? Why am I doing this? What's happening? And it turns out that, I ended up in these dark rooms. There were figures there, et cetera, et cetera. Later on, it all comes around, and, I figure out exactly what's going on. But that's why I know things that are, when people come up to me and tell me their stories, their accounts, well, I know when they're telling the truth, and at the time it was a little scary, but now it's just like, man, that's a blessing to me, honestly. To me, it is now. I can look back at that and say, wow, that's great, because look at what all that caused. You know, I've met so many people because of those experiences, and people I would probably never have even talked to be honest with you guys. And now I have, you know, best friends who are like that. So it's just amazing how these things can really change you when you let them. You know.
Have you ever tried hypnosis to dig deeper into that?
I won't. I've been asked to. No, I don't want to. I don't need to. I know. I have pretty vivid recall on some things. There are some things I was telling, you know, I was talking to Maria about. I was like, I'd kind of like to get hypnotized for that one, because there's a couple of things, and I'm like, I probably shouldn't do that. there's a reason you shouldn't remember things. You know, it kind of safeguards your brain, I think. So.
Well, yeah, you got to remember what happened to Betty and Barney Hill after they.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, man. And I'm good with it. I'm like, I think it really helps. Like I said, I think I'm doing what we're supposed to be doing. We meet so many cool people at these events, and it's just great to be sitting there talking to someone, you know, and all of a sudden they just look at you and they're like, I've never told this to anyone before. And they just start telling you this story, you know, about this encounter or this account that happened. And they're just like, I really felt I needed to tell you that. That's happened so many times. And again, none of it would have happened if it wouldn't have been for me, you know, trying to figure out, you know, I guess, how do you do this? Kind of like Dewey did, you know, which is just crazy. I mean, to me, it's completely crazy. It's a long, complicated story. One day I'll actually get down to writing it down, but I don't know. It'll be a while. Don't hold your breath. It's going to be a long time. It's going to be a long time. And there are things there that you just, like, to me, it's even questionable. So I could totally just be fine not talking about it. But it's good to hear other people talk. And I'm very happy to tell them that you're not crazy. You're not alone. There's literally thousands of people. I've talked to so many people at this point who have just validated everything, you know. So, yeah, what you just said, Dewey, that's 100% an out-of-body experience. Or at least, if it's not an out-of-body experience, it's like a remote viewing, you know, kind of thing. Yeah. But the point is, she saw you, brother. That's different. That's even more impressive, because that means that you're projecting. And if you weren't projecting your physical form, you were projecting enough energy to that spot, and that energy was perceived by her as you, because it was your energy.
I don't know
about the human battery effect.
Part of my body or anything, you know, just
man.
From the.
Yeah. So, you know, that's the whole thing. It's like, you know, when people are seeing these orbs, right? You and me see it as an orb, but what if the right person comes along? They might see that as a full body apparition of so and so.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, yep.
Yeah, man. We don't know how it interacts with us, and that's the whole thing. It's just this big, massive. We're trying to really understand something that we just got a little tiny piece of, you know.
I think maybe that's why it's hard to record it.
Yeah. Yeah, I do. And I also think that when, you know, Dewey and, you know, all of us, you know, when we're recording these things with our instruments, right? When we do catch those anomalous readings above baseline, we know there's something that's causing that. We can say that there's an electrical spike, or there's a static release or something. But are we observing the phenomena, or are we observing a symptom of the phenomena? Is it just the wave and we're not seeing the ship, as I used to say, as, you know, trying to describe it? You know, it's like something's making the ripple in the water. You know, maybe that all we're seeing is the ripple. We didn't really quite seeing what's making the ripple, if that makes sense.
It does.
Yeah. What do we got? Oh, they're telling me we broke records, guys. I gotta go check this. What we do? What we doing? What we do? Oh, yeah. And we broke it at 4:04 for chat, guys. And if you refer back to our numerology, that means something. I don't remember what 4 is, but it's something. But yeah, guys, we broke some records. Dewey, you did it again. And I'm telling you, we're going to do it again too, because we are.
Oh yeah.
I want you and Martin both, though, on the next one, and I want to talk about it. We're going to actually say the word.
Puppy dude.
Yeah, we're going to talk about Puppy Dude. Like, we're going to have us a real honest to goodness, throw everything on the table. Let's talk about this thing, the good, the bad, the legends, the rumors, all that, everything. And that'll be late. That'll be later on. So, but we definitely want to do that. I wanted to get it in before the year's out if we can do it.
Oh yeah.
Definitely
That'll
before
be
the
fun.
year's out. I look so forward to getting that book. I want to read that thing. I can't believe. I mean, it makes me happy. You have no idea. Like when you did the whole Mantell thing. That's what it deserves. And there's so many of those stories, man, and they don't get what they deserve. And these people are just literally they're wrote off. You pretty much by doing that, you're not only ensuring part of what's already there. You did research that no one else would have figured out, probably. You added to the legend. You added to the legacy at this point. And I think that's very important for all that stuff. I mean,
Yeah, I could have made the Mantell Incident just
one book.
book by itself.
You could have.
know.
Yep.
I thought I'll throw a few more things in there, just kind of break it up a little bit.
Yeah.
If I had to do over again, I'd probably do Mantell and then do another book on it.
Well, you're going out there for an investigation. You never know what material is going to happen there.
Right, you're right.
And I'm one of those people who, I'm telling you, man, I've had enough weird stuff happen. Coincidences don't happen. You said, you just happened to get on that and go down that rabbit hole. I don't think you're down the rabbit hole far enough at this point. I think you're going to do more with this Mantell thing. And I really do. I think you'll probably do another book at some point because you're really tied to this. There seems to be a part of a story that you're supposed to tell. And that's probably part of the closure of this whole thing, to be honest.
I hope so. Maybe.
Oh, I absolutely hope so. I mean, it's to me, like I said, I love that kind of stuff, and I'm happy that you did that. All right, guys, we smashed the records. I just want to tell you, we smashed the records. We're at 342. Let's go for 3 more minutes, and let's hit it at 3:45 and be done with this. Everybody, I want to thank you all for coming. This has been a monumental show. This has been the best show, the best guest, obviously. It's going to be hard for anyone to follow up on this. Dewey's, you're smashed the record beyond belief. I don't even know. I can't even explain it at this point. I'm going to go over and check one last time on our chat stats, and we don't do this usually because it's usually around 200, right? We doubled that. We're at 408 right now. We're sitting at 114 live views. That means 114 people tuned in at some point tonight. And what's really funny is that number quadruples. That's why I said you just blew the record completely. You beat your last show because it's going to quadruple at this point as soon as this thing goes up on replay, which is automatic. So I can't wait to see what happens with this. This is going to be amazing. Everybody, I want to thank you all for being here for this. This has been phenomenal. If you are around this weekend, you happen to be in the Richwood area, do stop by. We're in one of those buildings. I don't remember which one. You'll find us. And say hi. Come see the Wild Weird Radio and come buy some stuff. We have some stuff out there because that's how we fund our stuff. We fund all of our stuff through the stuff that we sell, through the paintings and whatnot. This is a new one that I did. Let me see if I can get it in there. There it is. So that's the Mothman one I did there not too long ago.
Yeah.
So things like this is what pays for this show, and when people buy stuff like that lets you guys have this for free, essentially, because we don't do Patreons. We've looked into it, but I just if we don't have to, we're not going to. That's what I'm trying to tell you, because I want you all to have. We all want you to have this. Joe and I, the whole team, we all want you to have this by just turning it on. There we are. For better or for worse, there it is. And I think that it's very important. Yes, we all do. I think we've all said the same thing multiple times, brother. So I want to thank you all. Like I said, come out and see us. And tomorrow around noon, tune in and you'll get to see the latest state of Bigfootery, I guess is what we would call it. I don't remember the title. I produce these things and I don't remember because, frankly, it's a lot of work. And I'm just glad to get done with it sometimes. But I like to come on here and do the lives because we get to interact with people. It's a lot of fun. Dewey, any closing words, brother? Anything you're going to be doing or any place you're going to be that people can find you?
I'm going to try to be expanding my channel a little bit here as we get along into good weather. I plan on taking my camera and going to places like the old Bell Schoolhouse and trying to do a little film on the little short documentary or tale on the little girl in the green dress. I'm going to a few of the cemeteries and all the things that happened, and kind of record a little short, story about that, and
Yeah.
a few little things that I got in mind to do. But Adams School's going to be probably the next one, probably. But maybe the old Bell cabin there at
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
That's the one that I forgot which ones it was. I think it was the guys out of Gallatin. I'm thinking the ghost hunters. I wanted to kind of help them out a little bit, but show was totally scripted, and it's nothing out of place. It's all scripted. They go upstairs, stomping around with a camera, and all of a sudden, all these hundreds of orbs are flying around them.
Oh, I wonder why.
Yeah, I wonder why. Yeah. If an orb takes light to see it, it's not an orb.
It's not an orb.
It's an orb shape, maybe, but it's not an orb.
Yep.
It glows under its own power, and yeah, it's an
Yep.
orb.
Yep. Yep, you're absolutely right. I had a name for that, and Jessie used to get on to me for she's like, quit with the acronyms. It's just an orb. I'm like, yeah.
Faces in them, No.
Yeah, I can't see that. But yeah, it's self-illuminated. We've got something, I agree with you on that 100%. But, yeah, we look forward to seeing it, man. When you get everything done, let us know. You're more than welcome. Share your stuff. You have a right. Everybody who supports us, we support. So you share your stuff over on the talk page. You make sure people see it, and we'll pass it through and make sure they do.
Sounds good to me. It's been an honor to be here. It's been fun.
It's been an honor having you. What are you talking about? Honor. Come on now. We ain't nobody. We're just a bunch of goobers that have a.
Don't believe that.
We like to have fun with people, and we try not to be so serious. That's when we got into this, everybody thought we were so serious they wouldn't come talk to us at first. It was crazy. It's like, that's not, no. Just because we try to explain things doesn't mean we're, these skeptics, or debunkers, because sometimes that's what it is. Sometimes it's just a plane. Other times it's not a plane, and you got to make people understand it's okay to ask questions, and, and then they find out who we really are, and they're like, oh, okay, well, they're cool. I'll watch them.
When is the Woodburger?
Woodburger is May, what is it, 20th, I think? I can't remember. Let me check. That's a good question. Let's put that up here. I got the thing for it.
Never know who may show up.
Ding! There it is. It's May 20th. Yes, sir. It's May 20th is where it's at. Is how it's at. And, yeah, let's get some people out there to that for sure, because that's going to be a blast, man. It's going to be a lot of fun. We have some, man, talk about some food. Whew, boy, they got some food there. All right, that looks good. Why so serious? Yeah, right. We're not. All right, guys, we're gonna head off. We gotta get out of here. I gotta get ready.
Teresa asked a question.
Who was it?
Teresa.
Where?
With Amazon was the best place to buy your book.
Shoot, there you go. I didn't even see that, Dewey.
Yeah, you can get them there, or if you'd rather have a signed copy or whatever, I'll have some on hand here, and you can drop me a message or whatever, and I can ship you. I can sign you one, ship you one, or you can get it from Amazon. But I just get a little more of better royalties off of it if I do it myself than I do with having to let them do it.
Yeah.
But yeah, I can ship them anywhere in the United States for $5.
That's
over
awesome, man.
book.
That's what we started doing too. It's like, we got to put some stuff in the Etsy store to keep it up there, but shoot, why are we going to give them a cut when we can just do it ourselves? That's makes perfect sense to me. But yeah, I'll just go ahead and post it. I'll put the link up there on the actual when I put this up on the Facebook. I'll make sure that your link to your new book is on there. That way, we can get some people to buy it. Like I said, I endorsed it. I haven't seen it yet, but just by the chapters that you just read off there, yeah, I know this is going to be a good book. I don't have to.
I should have them hopefully by the end of next week anyway. So
Awesome. Yeah, that is
I'll
great.
carry a bunch with me to Canton.
we just got somebody who just tuned in. Yeah, they tuned in for the end. Who is it? Blue Cruise. Hey, welcome. You literally just caught us toward the end. Everybody, make sure. Yes, Adam Good was this month's sponsor.
All right.
And God bless you.
Thank you, Adam.
So I was going to tell you, Blue. Just if go back and it'll be on replay. And man, this is a good show. There's a lot of great stuff in this one. I think we hit everything. What do you think, Dewey? You feel good with this one?
Yep, I feel pretty good about it.
I do too. I think we hit a lot on this. We hit the Bell Witch, and we hit the Mantell thing. Did a little UFO stuff.
One thing I didn't cover, I had planned to do. Won't take but a second.
Oh, go ahead. You're fine. You're fine.
They woke up one morning and John Bell was in bed, wouldn't get up. Had a weird smell on his breath. So they got to look, and there was a little smoky vial sitting there on his bedside table that wasn't there before, And they opened it up and smelt of it, and it smelled just like what was on his breath, And they didn't know what it was. They took a broom straw, stuck down in the medicine, and pulled it out and drug it through a cat's mouth,
Yeah.
The cat, I reckon, just jumped straight up in there and come back down and fell dead, So it's how deadly poisonous was. But anyway, of course, one of the guys got mad and threw it into the fire, threw the vial into the fire and all. Of course, it exploded and went up a chimney in a big old ball of fire, whatever, and it was gone, which had destroyed evidence and everything.
Oh, wow.
But I thought that was kind of weird.
Any ideas on where that manifested from, or no?
Kate claimed that she gave it to him, but nobody knows where it come from. I'd never seen it before.
Really?
So she claimed full responsibility for killing him.
Wow.
Which is supposed to be the only documented case of a spirit killing a human being. I mean,
That's wild, right?
Yeah.
It is a fascinating story. I'm going to pop that up here real quick, too. That is in, where's it at? I just had it, right? That's it, right? Something Wicked? Yeah, Something Wicked, Bell Witch Phenomena. And did you consult on Seth's movie, or did you just appear in it?
I appeared in it. In fact, I gave him a copy of my book.
Okay.
So he was already got a lot of his research and all done. I gave him a copy of the book.
Okay, so yeah, all right. That's why, because it's pretty much spot on with the stories, literally. Which I thought he did a great job. It was a great
job.
Mark the Bell Witch. If you have not seen it, Small Town Monsters, go over and watch it. It's cool. I love the way he shot this. He did some. He did a documentary, but he did some of the best recreations I think I've ever seen in one of these kind of documentaries. Like experimental camera movements. Like he did some great stuff. It reminds you of a movie, not a documentary.
Well, we were up in the John Bell Jr. Cemetery, and he brought that drone out and flew it over. He actually flew it over the John Bell Cemetery, which is several hundred yards away through a cornfield, And he flew it over it and then brought it back. I mean, it was he come in over the cemetery and used that as part of his footage. You know, it
Yeah.
was neat. It was real neat.
We had it up at Wineberry when we went up and filmed with him there at Wineberry, and it started losing power on him, and it came back home, and apparently the batteries were drained after just a short time. I don't know if he got the footage he wanted or not. Just another one of those weird things about that place. But yeah, that was. I don't know if that'll make it into the movie or not. But the drone definitely returned back way before it should have.
That's another thing, about
Mm-hmm.
about paranormal, that they will drain batteries.
Yes. Yes. Absolutely. I think that that's one of the main indicators. So maybe we need to make something that actually detects battery drain and triggers a circuit when it detects the battery drain. There's something. There's something. Get on that, Dewey. I expect I expect that. It detects a voltage drop. That's all you have to do, right?
Yeah.
It detects a voltage drop, and boom, buzzer goes off. That's simple. There you go.
Anything you put on it's going to draw back, unless you power it off another battery. So you might do that.
Yeah. Oh, that's a good conundrum, though.
Yeah.
And I'm stalling right now because we're at 3 hours and 56 minutes, and I'm just waiting for it to say 4.
Okay.
But yeah, I think we did a fantastic job tonight, guys. Just a fantastic job.
I've had fun.
Well, good. I like it when the guests have fun. That means that they're willing to come back. And honestly, I'm not joking when I said guest host. Yes, you can anytime. You can sit there in that chair and ask the questions yourself. Let's see. Where are we sitting over here on the chats now? Because I know we're way above. Oh gosh, guys, 433. You didn't just smash it; you nuked it.
We need to hit my magic number 444.
444, guys.
That's my magic
All right,
number.
now it's become like a telethon.
Yeah.
So when we hit 444 on the chats, that's when we're out of here. So come on, get us 444. We're sitting at 433 right now. It's not hard. Come on, you can do it.
11 more.
11 more. Come on, let's do it.
We got 2 minutes.
You can do it. You can do it. 2 minutes. You can do this. We can. It doesn't count for us.
No.
Michael Applegate, welcome. That's 1. Now 10 more. 9 more. 8, 7, 6. Oh God. I think we broke the internet. Oh man. Dewey, where we at? I gotta get an update. It's not catching up. Oh no.
Oh no.
I'm pretty sure. Let me see. Let me count. Let me see what we got. 44 and 42. 42, 43, 44. I think we overshot it.
It's all right.
I think we overshot it, but we definitely we definitely hit it and then some. But yeah, okay, 1 minute and Brandon's back. Brandon, you're back for the last minute.
All right.
You made it.
Browser randomly crashed.
You made it.
Oh no.
I feel like all the Sky Daddy message is going to summon something. Yes, it probably is. And look, it changed reality. Dewey's in the middle now. Isn't that weird?
Oh no.
See, in the other reality, see, guys, we broke the universe. That's what happened right there.
Broke the internet.
Yep, we broke the internet, the universe, all of it, brother. I'm trying to get this thing to update. It won't update. They broke it. I'm not kidding you.
Oh no.
It's only showing 436, and I know it's above, it's probably 450 at this point. Anyway, guys, that is it. I am very grateful again to have all of you still here after 4 hours. That tells me a lot. And that also tells me we will continue to do these. So we will see you again next Thursday. Dewey, multiple thank yous. I know you'll be in the audience.
Picture was all mine.
Anytime you want to come on, brother, you just let me know. Say, hey, I got a new book, or hey, we found some stuff out at the crash site. Okay,
Yeah,
let's talk about it.
that'll work.
And we're going to do it. Brandon must be having some issues. That's weird. But anyway, I'm going to go ahead and fire up the music, and we're going to call it a night. Brother, again, thank you so much for being here, and
Thank you.
thank everybody else. Bless you all. You
Y'all
broke
enjoy it.
records.
Y'all be safe out there.
Thank you, my friend. You take care.
Good night.